Are you looking for a faster video? Well, today it's a live stream, and I know you're probably looking for a really nice and tidy, edited down video, but I have ways for you to make it faster. You can click that little gear on the YouTube settings right there on the video and adjust the playback speed, make me sound like a chipmunk, and it'll go a lot faster. You can also look and see if there's timestamps for this project in the description, and if you're on a desktop, you can hover over the time bar at the bottom of the screen and see if it's chunked up into chapters, and then that way you can go directly to the step you're looking for. And lastly, you can also tap on the screen on the right hand side of the video picture or on the left hand side to make the video jump ahead, forward or backward if you're on a mobile device. And you can adjust that amount in your settings so you can have complete control over how much it jumps. So if you are on a desktop, you can use the fast forward or the rewind, and that will make it go faster as well. You can also enable subtitles, and the little CC on the screen will enable closed captioning. That way, if I am a little bit harder to understand with that double playback speed, the subtitles might help you out. All right, well, I know that it's not a nice little edited video, but if you sew with me, we'll get there together and it'll be lots of fun. And now for the live stream. Happy sewing! Hi! Hello, hello, how's it going? Hey Fiona, good evening. My morning, and it's so dreary here, it feels a lot earlier in the morning than it really is. So I'm wearing my little like retrofit top, but you can see my cameras don't like gingham, but I love the little top that I fixed on Thursday, and I posted a picture in Instagram too. You can kind of see it. But I saved the pattern because I'm definitely going to probably bake one again. Hey Margaret, hey Sarah, hey Anna, how's it going? This sweater doesn't really go with it, but I don't really have any. I have one red sweater, but it's a pullover. And then, yeah, I think anything else. Well, I might have some white sweaters, but they're kind of long like this. So anyway, hey Barbara, hey Rachel. Okay, so it really pained me to take apart these jeans, you guys. Oh, I look back at some of the things I've sewn and I'm like, I could have done a better job there. And especially like certain spots, like, you know, we all have our areas that like kind of trouble us and to sew, and you know, I have mine. And hey Fiona, how's it going? 2 Fionas in the chat. And I feel like when I look at these, I'm like, I did a really good job sewing these. Like, it makes me feel good to look at these, you know. And so tearing apart was a little hard, but I did it. I tore them apart. So I've got the waistband off. I've got them pinned, and I have a couple little videos. They're like 10 seconds long to show you how they look on me before and after, so you can see what I'm working with. I wanted to be more aggressive with fitting these than the glissandos, because the glissandos, that made a huge improvement. But it's like now I'm like, now I want more, you know? And I don't think I could have done much more without creating another fit issue, right? I think at the end of the day, both these pants could have been sized down. And I think that personally speaking, I feel like it's easier to start with something too small and then add where I want, rather than going the reverse. Getting rid of fabric is almost harder, because you create other issues. So, hey Susie. Ah, nice to see you. Hi Justine, welcome, welcome. You're quite close geographically, both you Fionas. Hi Sydney, that's really funny. I was just thinking about you, Susie. I have something I wanted to run by you. So, hey Michelle, how's it going? Okay, so I went to the post office today because I was expecting a swatch from Spoonflower, and I was like, oh, I think it's there, so I'm going to go. I have time right now. And I forgot I ordered something, and I knew it was going to take a long time, so it's one of those things where I'm like, don't stock the mail because it's going to take a while to get here because it's coming from the UK. And it arrived, and when I opened the package locker, I was like, what's that? Did I order a sleeping bag? Look at this thing. It's huge. And guess what? It's one piece of fabric. Okay, I got a new light and I can tell it's great. It's a really small profile, but I don't know how well it's gonna work. So I thought I'd open it with you guys. I haven't opened it yet. I schlepped so much stuff here today that I been trying to work on getting ready for the stream while I dealt with some of it. So this is, I saw Fabric Godmother post this on Instagram the other day, and it was dead stock fabric. And it was one of those things where I was like, hey, Rebecca. I was like, you know what? I'm going for that. Because it's kind of been on my radar to make something with this kind of fabric. And I know it's going to be hard to find what I want, so I went for it. Sorry, it's loud and crackly. Just a second. Can you guys guess what it is? What do you think it is? Oh, I'm so excited. What do you guys think it is? You guys are all scrolling through Instagram. What'd they post? That could be that big. Don't cheat. Hey, Carrie, how's it going? I think it's ironic that that this is the package I get this week when this top was from a Fabric Godmother, one of the Dream Wardrobe boxes. The fabric was. And the Anthea pattern was from a different one of their boxes. And I fixed that this week. A little postcard that's kind of cute I can use. Wool felt. Ooh, that's a good guess, actually. Yeah. Michelle, are you looking through Instagram? Yep, you're right. It is. Package time! It is a sleeping bag. Ugh. Okay. But there's something special about it. It's reversible. It's reversible. It is lofty. It's called Reversible Quilted Puffer. And it came in a few different colors. But you know me, green is my, my love language. Velvet burlap with sequins. Just add some fake fur onto that and you will have hit all of the fabrics that aren't allowed in my studio. I know that's what you were going for, Susie. Hey, Christina. Hey, Suzanne. Thanks. You're just a good guesser. Nice. Yeah, so it's very thick. Look at this. Like, I wish you could see how thick it is. Ooh. So yeah, it is, I'm going to make myself like a puffy jacket at some point. It feels really nice. It's very, very lofty. It's very puffy. Is it, Michelle? Yeah. Yeah, I'm not a big fan of these two together. I feel like it's a little bit too army for me, you know, but it does work, right? And then, you know, this will be on the inside of the jacket because obviously the greens are on the outside, right? Yeah, Susie bingo. I knew it. Yeah, so that's what I got. How exciting that it arrived. I'm wondering, should I keep this bag to put it in or what? This takes up like more than one of my fabric bins, so maybe I'll hang it up. Maybe I'll put it up here. Oh man, it's looking like a pack rat lives here right now. It really, like if you were in here, you'd be like, wow, this place is really tidy, but I bet on camera it does not look like that. Oh, on the York pinafore? What kind of hacks are you thinking? It's from Fabric Godmother, Terry. They're in Great Britain. And they had a few other colors. I can't remember what they were, honestly. I just saw that green and the fact that it was quilted and double-faced, which I kind of like. So when I made the Ozark vest, this is what I learned about working with quilted fabrics, especially ones like that are like a synthetic outer, you know. What I learned is if you cut into that stuff, you need to secure the quilting. Like if you cut like pattern pieces out, sew around the perimeter of your piece, and you will absolutely send me a box of chocolates for telling you this, because trust me, you don't want to be re-quilting that stuff when you're sewing it together. And I did have to do that on my Ozark. And I hadn't used pre-quilted fabrics like that, like synthetic pre-quilted fabrics, in a really, 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 really long time. And so it didn't even cross my mind to do that. And so when I was sewing it up, I noticed that the little threads had come undone. And so the quilting was basically unquilting itself, because that kind of synthetic fabric, it's not going to really like hold the stitching, you know? So the shipping price to USA, so all of that total cost me $80, 80 pounds. It wasn't cheap. I got 7.5 meters, so 3.5 meters, 80 pounds. And it's not, I could look up my PayPal to tell you what it is in dollars, but I'm fine with that. Like that for me is a very doable amount for a down jacket. So yeah, right, Sydney, exactly, yeah. Yeah, and I think you could also, I think that is one place where I would say you might want to glue the threads in the seam allowance, because just sewing them might not catch it unless it's like the quilted threads are plied, which they most likely are, and your needle pierces them and it doesn't unply past the needle. Like I know that's really, really detailed and esoteric, but trust me, you just don't want to have to requilt your pattern pieces, because I barely had a thread that matched that quilted fabric for the Ozark vest, and I only had enough to do that, and that's it, because it was a very weird, kind of a bluish indigo purpley color, you know? It was very subtle. So, and thankfully it was on the side seams, and my husband doesn't care, and Wardrobe by Me doesn't care. They're not even, I don't ship them the vest when I make those videos. But I did want it to come out nice. I didn't want it to start unraveling, so yeah. Oh, that's cool, Carrie. I think that's good looking at hacks. I feel like when you look at hacks, which I rarely do, it shows you other potential good things and bad things about a pattern, right? Because maybe you might notice like, oh, every time someone hacks it like this happens. Maybe there's a seam there that's too close to the edge or something, I don't know. They reprint vintage dead stock fabric. Oh, I didn't know that. That's interesting. That whole sentence is, it's reprinting vintage. I mean, if it's dead stock, it's dead stock, right? But they reprint like fabric. That's pretty cool. You have a big old blanket that you hand doing the stitching where it's coming out. Yeah, right? I was just saying this the other day. I feel like having anything handmade, even store-bought, like I mend store-bought things all the time. It's like a part-time job keeping all those things in a shape where you're like, okay, this is not going to deteriorate any further. And I just, like everybody, struggled to keep up with some of that, you know. And like retrofitting these 3 garments this week is part of that, because while I was wearing the glissando and the Dawn jeans, I didn't enjoy wearing them as much because they were uncomfortable. They weren't uncomfortable in a way that prevented me from wearing them, but I would be like, oh, those right there, they're gonna be really big by the end of the day, and they're gonna rub my thighs, which I hate. So, all right, well, let's get to it. Let's get to it. So, you know, my fit changes on this are pretty similar to the glissando. I mean, there's no surprise, right? It's the same body. My worry right now is, am I talking too loud? Am I talking too loud? Can I talk a little quieter? My worry right now is that, and I'm pretty sure this is true, I'm not going to be able to get my hands in the pockets once I lower the waistband. So I really like having front pockets. It'd be easy to be like, oh, well, at least I'm making these usable. But you know what? I just don't accept that. So one of the things I'm thinking of doing, because I could take apart this whole front pocket, take out the rivet, and lower it, right? I mean, if we're really going the extra mile, I could do that. I don't think that it's worth doing that. I think that's a lot of work. But what I do think I can do is make the pocket opening wider. So if, so let's experiment. So this right here, I was just playing around with this. Let's say I take this out, right? So now the pocket is here. This is what I'm left with, right? Let's put it away from my hand. So this would be where my new waist seam, theoretically, well, is it? Wait a minute. Yeah, my new waist seam is going to be theoretically right here because I'm lowering it 3/4 of an inch and I need my seam allowance, right? So this is my hand opening, which is pretty tough, but what if instead I made the pocket opening a little wider? Like even just that same amount, that 3/4 of an inch this way, I could get in here and still re-top stitch this and maybe just edge stitch this pocket opening. It's an experiment, right? We're here for the experiment. So that's what I'm thinking. This is the only thing I didn't take apart. I took everything else out so you wouldn't have to suffer through it. So that's my only spot that I may have to do some seam ripping, and I apologize. But I was trying to think about it and what I would want. So, all right, let me show you my videos. Yeah, okay, I can talk a little quieter there. It's like I get a little amped, you know, and then I feel like I don't need to talk this loud to you. You're not across the room, you're like right here. You're right here. You can hear me whispering. So sorry about my alternative texting English and texting both. Yeah, that's okay. It's okay. You're fine. Your texting's perfect. Okay, so here is what these jeans look like before I ripped them apart. And see how much they're sagging below my crotch? They're kind of hanging off of me a little bit, but this is kind of where I like my waistband. And then the back, I have that looseness across the back thigh. My butt's like a shelf. It's like an inverted shelf. You can see, yeah, when I pull it up like that. In the back, I was going to show you that. Oh well, I didn't house back there very much, did I? Let me see a little bit more. But look how low it is in the front. It's like diaper butt, right? Okay, so this is my proposed changes. I'm pinning it. I have to hold that one because it's too thick at the fly to pin. So these are my proposed changes. I think I could take some out there, but I don't think I'm going to mess around with the fly down there. So I can take a lot out vertically. I still think that it's not going to be the snug Dawn jeans that are in the cover photo of these pants. But I do think that I can get them better, like a little, like the rise, you know, up closer to my body. Would I be able to fix the slightly exposed fly? These aren't the Ash jeans. Is that what you're thinking about, Michelle? You've been trying to make these Dawn jeans, Justine. You think I fit where I like it now afternoon? Oh, nice. Yeah, yeah. Oh, really? You had to lower it. Yeah, the rise is very high. Like, I think that, I can't remember. I streamed this, so I don't remember. I have to be better about taking notes directly after making a project. I always tell myself, like, oh, we've got the video to look at. I don't want to watch 9 hours of myself watching something. So this one has the button fly, Michelle, so it's actually not very exposed. But the Ash jeans is the one that has the fly that keeps creeping out. Yeah, of course, Fiona. Yeah. Will I change? I don't know, Kathleen. Oh, is that, yeah, you were thinking of the Ash jeans, Michelle. Yeah, I promise that eventually that I will have a fix for that Ash jeans fly. Yeah, it's the zipper. Their zipper fly construction makes the zipper peek out. You know what? I was thinking about that the other day. I know this sounds very, I don't want to say esoteric, but kind of. You know what I think part of the problem in that fly is the fact that it has a seam right here where you attach the fly facing to the left front pant. There's a seam. And it's interesting because I actually like aesthetically how it looks with the seam right here, you know? Like this is the button fly, but there's a seam right here on the Ash jeans. Whereas like say the Ginger jeans, it's a built-on fly and you fold it back. So here's the deal with that. When you have the fold right there, you don't have any thicknesses along this edge with seam allowances on the inside there. And I think that is it's like a lot of the problem of why the fly is exposed. So I did, Fiona. You had to take loads from the seams of Madonna, use a size chart. Yeah, I did. And you know, let's get my pattern out because we can kind of look and see the trail of my changes maybe. I did a lot of fitting on these. Wasn't this the one that I actually did show you guys videos, right? On this one too? Let's see. Yeah, the waistband, I made it, I think I made the waistband curved, if it wasn't already. I don't remember. So yeah, I took some out here and here on this back rise, right? And I used the size, I want to say I used the size 20, but the size, I think I used the size 20 at the waist and the 14 down here. Wait, I don't remember. Yeah, sorry. Let's see if the front shows it better. See, I have this green line on this line 16. It's kind of hard to tell. I have a whole new yoke. Here's the old yoke. Yeah, so I graded it out on the side seam there quite a bit. This is the yoke I used. No, it won't, Justine. Oh, you plan to use a zipper? What other jeans patterns do you have in your stash? Do you have any other zipper fly jeans in your stash by any chance? Because that'll help me say if you can kind of use one of those, you know? I know like, oh God, I just saw this black fuzzy. Yo, I was in bed last night and I kept feeling something under the covers and I was like, what? Is that a bug? Like I was worried it was a tick because my husband was like, oh my gosh, yesterday there was a tick inside my jeans on the back of my leg, like lower on his leg, but inside of his jeans. He was like, you know, during the day. And I was like, ugh. So then I was laying in bed. It's like 11:30 at night. And I kept feeling this thing and I'm like, it's probably just one of my hairs. No, it was a tick. I was like, yep, I'm moving out. So now every little thing I'm like, what is that? I have to get rid of this actually. It's disturbing. All right, so I did a honest pattern review on this pattern and like this right here, the way they cock their leg out here, this bugs me so much. I don't like it when they do this. Like I want to see it straight on. I know you have to have room to sit. I understand that. But you know, there's also no back view. There's really not a whole lot of variety in people wearing this pant on their website. So it's kind of hard to tell. And that was one of my critiques. It does come in a curved size range, unlike other jean companies. But there's not a whole lot of people posting their pictures of themselves wearing it. So we still don't have a whole lot of data to look at how it's fitting at a lot of different bodies. So you don't. These are your first jeans you've ever tried. Oh, well, good for you. Congratulations. That's pretty exciting. So if you're going to use a zipper fly, the one I like is the way you sew it on the Ginger jeans and the Ames jeans. That doesn't mean you need those patterns to do that. I have a zipper fly tutorial on my how-to playlist. It doesn't give you the pattern pieces, but you can see what they look like. And basically what you want, your front is going to be like this, right? This is a right angle. This is, oh my God. Those models the same for all you do? Yes. Yeah, so I think Fiona's right. I think that there is a tutorial on it, but I haven't looked at it to see. And I imagine what they're doing is using, because it would be really easy, then they can say, hey, here's some pattern pieces, and they can pull them from their other jeans, like the Ash, which is a sewn on fly. So what I would do is, here is your front, right? Take that fly pattern piece and put it onto the pattern, all right? And you're gonna want to overlap it at the seam line. So right here is your seam line. Your fly is gonna be like over here, the pattern piece, right? And you're gonna intersect it on the seam line, all right? Tape it to the pattern. And then now, and then you can use your fly shield, which is the piece you fold in half and goes on under your right front. This is the one, this goes on both actually. You will then, you can use those instructions to use the fly like the way I like it. And so this is all one piece now, right? You need a notch. It's really, really helpful to have this notch right here at the seam line on your pant. So make sure, let me draw this again, that when, please help me. So here's your seam line right here. This is also your seam line right here. You need a notch right there. And that seam line is just 5/8 of an inch along the center front right here. This is your center front cut line, all right? Like that. So I just say take that fly piece that looks like this, and then the seam allowance is on it like that. Take that piece, pick it up, plop it, line up this dotted line to this dotted line, tape it on there, and use it like that. And then you can use my fly tutorial to sew it. And then you won't have that issue with the exposed zipper. That's like the quick and dirty tutorial. Yeah, and it's not that the Ash jeans tell you how to sew it incorrectly. It all works perfectly. The pattern pieces all work. It is totally a proper fly. My problem is that when I'm walking, I'm wearing them right now. I'll just show you. Oh, I will just show you. I have to tilt, I think I can tilt the camera. Well, I can't really. It's pretty dark, but here's my zipper. Let me zoom. Maybe I'll show you when I'm sewing, but oh, here we go. Can you see? There's my zipper right there. I'm not doing anything. There's my zipper. There's even the pole. That is so annoying to me because it's shiny brass zipper. I'm sorry, it's so dark. But that right there, see it? And don't tell me that it's button placement. It's not button placement. I feel like I know what I'm doing on this front, and that's what I say. Yeah, it really bugs me. It's like the trend, there was a trend a long time ago. And if you didn't see this trend, lucky you. Sorry, I'm looking for something. Here we go. Where men's pants had this like contrast. What was it? They had stuff at the fly there. I don't remember if it was a label or what. But it made you look right there. That's all I have to say about that. Go for it, Carrie. Please take us off topic. Yeah, right, Rachel? I think we have 2 Rachels and 2 Fionas. Okay, so I'm going to just trim this off now. No, I go off the size chart. I go off the size chart unless it's something that is extremely full with a lot of positive ease. And then I look at the finished measurements. So like a good example is the March top by Helen's Closet. I actually went down 1 or 2 sizes in circumference, but kept the length of the size for me. And I just sewed something else, you guys. What was it that I did that to? What did I sew recently? And I did the same thing. I went 2 sizes down because in circumference it was really wide. What the heck was that? All right, so I'm going to lose this button here. So we're going to go 3/4 of an inch down, and then that will put my seamless there. Okay, so let's get rid of this tack button here. We'll just, I have all these jewelry supplies from when I used to install zipper pulls. Grade school naming. Hi, Elena. How's it going? Yeah, if it's got a lot of positive ease and you don't really, like for me, I don't like things to be really wide. So I bring it in. I can't think of what I sewed recently that, it's kind of annoying me. Use this marker here. So I'm gonna lower this like a fat 3/4 of an inch. And I'm going to try and taper it to the back here. I'm going to zoom in a little bit. Ooh, what's going on with the color? Really, Fiona? That's funny. I'm going to zoom it in a little bit. Oh my gosh, Elena, what a try-hard. I'm feeling like a slacker now. The green dress. The Azores? No. Was it something I didn't sew on camera, which is so rare? So I might have to go, I think like this could lose. See, I get this, see this little wrinkle right here? I feel like I could lose some going back here, and like taking off the whole waistband would probably be the smartest thing to do, you know? Let me get my seam ripper actually. I just want to take those belt loops off. Okay. Azores. No, the Azores, I think I didn't change anything on that. I lucked out. I think all I did on that one was pick the cup size because she has different cup size pattern pieces. I can't think what I made. I mean, I know on the March top, I did that. Yeah, it is coming up fast. Oh, I just nicked my top stitch thread there. I didn't want to take off the button loops, but I think it'll be easier if I do. I don't even use a belt with these. I could. Yeah, you see this, how I'm getting this little like pleat here? It's wearing my jeans that way. It's like I could lose a little bit back here. That weird little divot on my back. Oh, the Paddington. No, it was more recent than that, but that is another one. But that one actually isn't too big. What was it? What have I made recently? Huh. Oh. It was the new pattern by Wardrobe. Ow! Wardrobe by Me. The sweatshirt. I went 2 sizes down on that. And I kept the length of my size, but I feel like I could have used a little bit longer. All right, so I already have a little bit of dried blood on the back of these from poking myself, which is really gross, huh? Okay. So if I have a pattern hook on the end so I can just hang up my rulers. Sometimes I take them off when I'm using them a lot because they're kind of annoying. I mean, yeah, I think I could probably take off a little bit like that, you know. Of course, I have this like ribbon, you know. I, always sew my waistband where I finish on the right side, so I know this is the last stitch here. But I also did the ribbon afterwards, so. It's in 2 weeks. Thank you for the heads up. 2 weeks? Are you serious? No, it's not. It's like May 10th. Is it May 8th? It's May 8th, right? One, two, that's 3 weeks away. I'll kindly thank you not to give me a heart attack. 3 weeks. 3-ish and a day. 3 weeks and a day. No, it's 3 weeks away. My mom actually made a Mother's Day request, which is hilarious because she and I both feel the same way about like gifts on Mother's Day. We're like, I don't want gifts on Mother's Day. She wants a UV shirt. So I've been looking for UV fabric to make her something. I thought you guys might be down for something like that to make that too. I thought that would be really a useful garment. This is where I ripped my pants last time. No, I'm just gonna go that far. All right. We're not gonna rip this time. All right, let's just take out a little bit over here. So this is another pair of pants where I used 2 strands of thread for the top stitching. I thought I used a white top stitching thread, a thick one, but nope, it's 2 strands of thread in the top and then 1 in the bobbin. All right, so let's take off my 3/4 of an inch here. I'm doing this first only because, look at this crazy angle right here. I want all the pins gone when I work on the back. The pins can be kind of a problem. All right, so for right now we're going to make sure our fly is lining up. right? All right, so that's not too bad. We could probably go like right there. And then I think on here I'll drop it down just a tad. Okay. Don't rip it. Yeah, I know. I ripped it last time. It wasn't pretty. Yeah, that's smart, Elena. You know what? You need to go ahead and order yourself something. Yeah, I seem to remember you doing emergency pants for somebody recently. You might need an emergency sewing machine, Terry. So, you know, I do this funny thing where I'm better about it now, but I had this phase, I can't get this flat over here, where I would be like, okay, I got to be there at 11 a.m. Okay, I got to be there at 11 a.m. So I need to leave the house by 10:30 because it takes a half hour. Okay, and then like closer to the day, I'll go, okay, so I have to be there at 10:30, so I got to make sure I leave the house at 10 a.m. And I've done that where I back it off the amount a couple times, and I get there and I'm like an hour early. That's anxiety for you, people. I will not be late. Okay. Let's get rid of this ruler. And we're gonna go for it now. We're gonna cut. But that's what I would do, Elena, too. Like, that's the smart thing to do is go, oh, well, really the deadline that I have to have the gift done by is this date. It's not actually Mother's Day. It's the date that you need to mail it. So you're smart. All right, so because I'm taking off 3/4 of an inch and I have this on the raw edge, the seam allowance is still built in there, right? Because if I were to truly be measuring down where it's going to end up, it's right here, like right here, 3/4 of an inch down from the seam that I sewed it. So now I'm lining up my ruler to this seam line here. So it's like that. So there's my seam allowance right there. And that's how I know if I pin this shut, how small my little pocket's gonna get here. So, eek! Better me than you, right? I think I'll definitely have this little bunching here, and I don't know. I'm not really willing to get rid of that completely because I'm not fitting this from scratch. I'm fitting it after it's been sewn. I would get rid of it next time, though. Yeah, I don't know why. I'm not really like super obsessive about being on time, but maybe I am more than I think I am because I really hate sitting waiting for an appointment as well. You know, like when appointments are late. I'll actually ask, like, how do they run? Do they run late? And you can tell the receptionist is already getting annoyed with me. I'm like, look, I just want to know because I can't sit and do nothing. So I need to know, do I need to bring an activity? You know. Oh, that's not nice, Elena. Your mom asked for something you to sew. Susie. That's funny. Yeah, that's what I think I'm going to do, Barbara. In fact, that's what I think I'm going to do right now. I'm going to take out, because I think like as long as I can get my machine in here, I can just take this out. And that's what I'm going to do. I'm just going to take out this top stitching right here. It's kind of surprising how little you can change the opening to affect a pretty big impact. Because like, see how if this is that small, and it's also kind of a funky shape now, right? So if I wanted to, let me get my gray chocolate liner. I know this is washable, but you know, this isn't our first rodeo, is it? Hopefully you can see okay too. So yeah, like what if I did something like this, you know? That looks more natural to the original pocket shape. And I think, oh, I don't need to take this out. I don't need to take this out, I can just cut it. So let's make sure we like our pocket shape. And maybe we could use the original. Someone said this in, I think, my video. They're like, the pocket openings are so small on that pant. And I had not noticed that, and they are right. They are pretty small. So if I was on, this is not the line I cut out though. Yeah, I don't think I'm gonna trust that. I think I'm just gonna do this. Something like that. Here we go. And same with my coin pocket. It's not right either. I'm just gonna cut this above the seam allowance. And then all I need to do is take out this little area here. So it's less seam ripping. Don't you hate it when you seam rip something and you're like, oh my gosh, I just cut off all that area. I didn't even need to seam rip it. All right, and then we're gonna take this seam out right here. She wants a wrap skirt for the beach. Aww. You told her the fabric. Aww, that's so cute. I love that. Yeah, I kind of want to make my mom 2 of those tops. And I think I'll just keep like it simple. Like I could even use like, you know, like the Linden sweatshirt or something like that. Maybe a pattern I haven't sewn before. Even the Remy Raglan or something like that. Or I think something though that comes up so she can protect her skin. Oh, cool, Carrie. All right, so let's pull this seam allowance out right here. Let's actually go like this. We're gonna pretend like we're sewing it right here. Like this. So let's take out just a little bit more so we get a smoother transition to the original. I don't want to go too far because I can't get my machine back there. I've made that mistake so many times. Like, you know, your foot has to fit in here, you know, and it's already, I'm getting pretty close here. I don't want any of these stitches to come out. All right, so we're gonna do this. And so one easy way to do if you're doing something like this is to iron it in the position it's gonna be, and then trim the seam allowance back here. See how it's like this? So we're just gonna. All right. Okay. So that'll be tricky to sew, but we can just edge stitch it down. And I think with the, this puts my coin, I never put a coin pocket. I remember telling you guys I never use a coin pocket. And of course, the one time I'm altering my pants so much, it's got this frauding coin pocket I have to deal with. I don't like them because they're usually big enough for me to go like this, and I mistake it for my pocket. Do I just leave it? That's where my waist, like say my waistband's on. I was just thinking I could pull it off and then fold it under and stitch across, but it's like going into this area here. I don't know. Hi Aisha, how's it going? Yeah, they do make UV blocking fabric, Terry. It's been around for a long time, actually. It'll have a SPF, and you can actually look up the SPF for any fabric. So like a cotton t-shirt has, I think it's SPF 4. It's really not that much, so that's why you can actually get sunburn through fabric. How would you transfer the removal of the excess fabric from the back of the pants to the pattern? Oh yeah, absolutely. So I'm going to do that, Kathleen. I don't know if you saw when I did the glissandos the other day, but I'm getting there, I promise. I'm just getting my fronts ready. I know I started with the backs last time, which is the part you're all interested in. I know, but I have to get these pins off the pants so I can deal with them. All right, so we'll just hem this pocket down a little further, I guess. I don't know. Like that. Just gonna hem it down. Like that. I really want to cut it off, but I'm not going to. Okay, so where's my, oh, here it is right here. So this is right here. We don't have to take out. I'm just going to use this to cut my template. This is how I was taught how to hold a seam ripper. I don't know about you guys, but you put the seam ripper in the palm of your hand like this so that you have complete control over it with your thumb. I learned that from working in a tailoring shop. She wouldn't let me seam rip any other way. And once I learned how to hold it, she was right. I had been, losing control of my seam ripper without realizing that that's what it was. Hello. Oh, you know what? I need to change my top chat to live chat. What kind of fabric is that white painted fabric? I think we're using it for timing control. The white painted fabric. What? Yeah, and congrats on the retirement date. Your hubby burned through his shirt. Yeah, right, Terry? Exactly. White painted fabric. I can't think of what that is. I'm sorry. Does anyone know? They'll probably know. Let's get this like this. This is what I do. Turn it back along the new fold line. Then I shape the seam allowance. And I made it so my seam allowance is 1/4 inch. All right. The pocket stays printed. Oh, printed. Is it this right here? This stuff? Oh, you know what? I actually did make a pocket stay on this, so the pattern doesn't come with it. But this is my fabric. It says it has pockets. And it's just spoonflower cotton. Okay. Let's get to the back. I say use something that is got a lot of like sturdiness to it. Nothing very flimsy. Are you in my guild, Justine? I'm sorry. No, Susie. Is that what you're talking about from the It Has Pockets skill building session? And I gave the bonus on how to draft a tummy shaping panel and a pocket stay. Is that what you're talking about? What fabric did I use for that? Because you can use a stretch woven, but I don't think that's necessary. Like if you just have fabric laying around, it's fine. So, thanks, Nancy. Oh, okay, Justine. Yeah. So if this is what you do, this is just spoonflower cotton. It's probably the just the basic cotton. Yeah, I definitely was nervous, Nancy. Okay. So I'm going to take out, let's see here, like I'm pinching almost 3/4 of an inch right here, and it's about the same over here, like a lot through the back thigh, right? Let's turn the legs. I didn't remove all the threads from the ripping because I was sitting in my chair at home with a pug on my lap. I didn't want to wear it all. So I still have a lot of thread on here. But it's all going to be cut off, so that's the way I look at it. All right. This fabric is not holding up that great. Like I feel like these are getting pretty threadbare and I've had them for just a few months. Look at how huge this is. That's a very long rise. All right, so this is what I'm gonna do. I'm going to trace the rise onto paper. Take out all my pins. And this is no way going to fix my jeans perfectly. It's just going to take out a lot of that fullness back there, and I really hate this is how I feel like by like 12. I'm holding my pants up, you know what I mean? And they're not actually falling down. It's more that I feel like I'm lifting up the pants on my thigh so that they're up against my crotch instead of hanging low, which is really uncomfortable. Yeah, I did do that on these. I taught how to do a tummy panel during this live stream because the way I do this isn't how I show in the guild, is right here, it's a single layer. So this is the pocket bag right here. So it's the 2 layers of fabric right here, right? The fabric's kind of busy and I pieced it together from samples. So there's my pocket, right? And then what I do is I add this little piece in one layer and I stitch it to the pocket. This way, when it gets to the center front, it's 1 layer of fabric. Because I feel like if you're sitting there trying to do some tummy shaping, you don't really want 2 layers of fabric right here at the center front adding bulk. And it also can make it really hard to sew if you're doing pretty heavyweight denim. So I just do 1 layer. And so I think I showed how to do that. Yeah, thanks, Barbara. Did I do pocket stays on the last sunflower jeans? I don't think I did. Yeah, they're pretty mustard. The camera doesn't like this fabric color. All right, so here we go. I'm making sure. Okay, I have a lot of paper there. So the one thing that got me into a pickle on the glissandos the other day was when I removed all that, it made this length of my inseam too short to sew to the front. So I got to be careful about that. Yeah, the sunflower I think was just straight up. I think by then I was like over trying to do all the things of that pattern I wanted. I was like, let's just sew these. So this is the raw edge. I say things out loud so I remember. you can see it's, maybe you see that it's rippling a little bit. It's a little stretched. It has been shifting color. Oh, sorry. Okay. So I'm going to trace my pants on here. I'm using the needle point tracing wheel. I was on Waywack yesterday. These are like $5. There's no excuse not to have one of these if you want one. They're really not much, but get the needle point. Don't get smooth. If you want to be able to trace your garment, or say you want to copy your favorite shirt, jeans, whatever, and you don't want to take them apart, this is it. $5 is your ticket to copying. This fly is kind of thick right here, so I'm not sure I can get it to go through there. So if you can't, the workaround is a pin. If you don't have a needlepoint tracing wheel, you can use a pin, and you're just basically perforating it, making yourself, you know, like dot to dot. Yeah, I think there were, well, I don't think there was a pocket stay on those. Was there? I thought they were just pockets. I can't even remember. Okay. So I like having a grain line, and it's kind of hard to, you know, I'm going to kind of go like this. I'm just going to see. Okay. That's about where I think it would be. All right, and then now I'm going to transfer. I'm just drawing over, see my perforated. Can you see my perforated holes? Not really. This, I think, is my grain line. I'm just going to look at my fly on here, or my rise. So let's see. You know, I feel like, is this the one I cut? Okay. So there we go. I could have just used this. I wasn't sure if I changed this though. It doesn't want to go straight though. You got to kind of like pick it up and move it. It has a mind of its own. I drew these lines on here myself. Ooh, I did actually pretty good guessing at the grain line this time. I didn't do as good last time. Okay, so this is my grain line. All right, so I'm just going to, I'm gonna go like this and make a like cut through here. I'm thinking, I was trying to think, maybe can I do this where I don't change my inseam too much, but I actually want to change that a little bit. So a lot of people will do like an L, you know, like they do an L, and this is really great, say, especially if you have a lot to take out in a few areas, or you really want to maintain this integrity of the scoop right here. So you can just pick this whole thing up and move it over, right? Like take a picture of it like that and then blend in. And that's basically what I'm about to do. But I'm dealing with something that the fabric is already cut, right? So I don't have the liberty of recutting it or recutting the curve or anything. That's why I say I'm not going to be able to fix these perfectly, but I'm going to be able to take out a lot through there. And it will help. But I can't, like I said, I can't do all of what I want because the inseam is sewn. And unless I want to, and I kind of do, but when you start getting into this area right here and taking this in, you know, you got to pick your struggles. So see, I have this extra right here, and I thought I'm going to pin this as an afterthought and just think about it. I think this is really hard to fix once they're sewn without sitting there and really analyzing it and not doing it in a live stream, you know? So, so what I can do is I like to make like a hinge. I was just trying to think of like, I just kind of want to play with my paper here. I'm just gonna cut this and just play with it. So there's my seam line right there, so that's where I put my hinge. And so a lot of times what I do is I just pick this up, and then if we want to move it, get rid of 3/4 of an inch, you know, we just slide it over. That's it, right? And then what happens is I lose, so let's measure from here, this little point to there, before I make the change. So that says 5 1/4. And then when I move it, and if I were to blend it, that's 4 1/2. So I'd lose 3/4 of an inch, which is 1.5 inches total on that inseam. So that's quite a bit because it has to sew still to the front. Yeah, it's very pointy. Definitely, I feel like scissors are safer than one of these around kids. Unless they're running, of course. But yeah, these things, yeah, they're really sharp. I've had this since college, by the way. Same one I've owned for since 1989. Okay, so then that drops my rise down a little bit. And I'm thinking too that I might want to flatten out the seat a little bit like this. Kind of scoop it. Because look at how flat that is. That is definitely not how my butt is shaped. My butt is like a upside down shelf. Yeah. Yeah, so we're just trying to get it out. So this is what I always say. When you're thinking about your pant adjustments, and I'm not an expert in this, like it's not my full-time thing, and when people specialize in this, they really get the subtle nuances of how one thing affects the other. I'm good at it for me, and doing it for other people, if they were standing in front of me, I could help them. I just put it up there. I'm just trying to kind of maintain the integrity of this area here in some way. I'm basically, and then what I'm about to say is, really what you're trying to do is remove girth, right? Like right now, I'm trying to remove girth, which is circumference, in this area here. So technically, you know, what you're really wanting is to move this whole area here to the right, right? You're trying to get rid of it. Now, if you can lose it at the side seam, awesome. That your job just got a lot easier, especially if like you're doing that new, or the method people are talking a lot about right now is top down, center out by, what's her name? Ruth Collins, I think is her name. The one that was just featured in Threads magazine. I haven't tried that method. And basically what she does is she fits one pant leg and she's draping it on the body. I haven't seen a whole lot of if they're dealing with the crotch curve in that method. It looks like what she suggests is that you select, you know, a bigger size if you need it to be lower, a smaller size if you need it to go up. But the thing is, it's not about size, it's about the curve of your butt, right? Shelf butt. Yes, with Ithaca Maven on Instagram, that's her name. And the thing is, she's not like, this isn't her job. She's not like doing this to make a living. This is something she's like, you know what? I've discovered that it's better to fit pants if you don't have a buddy, you want to fit your own. Let's figure out a method that lets you fit your own pants by yourself. And I think that that's so smart. And she's created this method where you take one pant leg, but you do the whole waistband. So you can try on your pant and you add this extra at the top of your pants and then you put it on this one pant leg, right? And it's anchored at the waist where you want to wear your pants. And then you start making adjustments. But she says, you know, kind of fit it against the body from the center out and then make your adjustments on the side seam. But that doesn't help this little area here I think you go back and do that at a later stage in that fit process. I don't know that fit process very well. I haven't read the, you just did it, Elena? That's awesome. So I haven't read the whole article, but I will. I'm not doing the side seam because that's not where I need it, Terry. To be honest, I tried. I was like, can I pinch it out over here? I couldn't pinch anything over here. It was all right there at the bottom under my butt. I didn't get that lucky. Yeah, so anyway, so where I'm going with this is if you need, I look at all pants fitting things and anything as length and circumference. That's awesome, Elena. Yeah, most people do not have an in-person sewing friend to help them. Yeah, that's cool, Elena. Next time we're in like a Zoom or the workshop, I want to talk to you about it. That's cool. So if you're working from this here, like if you're fitting the area above your crotch level in length and girth, then like, okay, I need this to get smaller across my back hips, right? I need it to get smaller in circumference. You know, when you need to take out 1.5 inches, take out 1.5 inches. Like you can take it out here, you can take it out here. I would say do it on the side seam if it's just a circumference issue. If you need length, you can take out the length right here, right? And then the same thing here. If you need it in your leg, think of it as 2 separate points, you know, like 2 separate areas, right? And I'm going to say like once your pant starts curving, like for me, you see how I have this curve right here? I'm going to say like right here, this is my point of no return. Like once I get it down here, I'm dealing with this crotch juncture here and I'm dealing with the leg, right? Because this is the part that goes under my butt and meets to the front, and this is around my leg. This part up here, think of it as a skirt. It's a little easier to wrap your head around if you think of it as just length and girth, and don't worry about it so much and go, okay, I need to take out 1.5 inches in circumference. Take out 1.5 inches in circumference. If you need to take out the length, take out the length. Because I'm doing both things at once here, I'm trying to fix my crotch curve. I've already got this sewn pair of pants. I'm going to take out some circumference right in this area that's a problem area for me. I'm just going to shift it over because I already have this cut piece that I have to stay inside the footprint of this pair of pants. Yeah, Michelle, I would, but I would probably do more. So yeah, I'm going to take this out here like that. And so on the glissandos, what I did was I redrew this whole line on the fabric and then I sewed it before I cut it, just to test it out. Yeah, so you can see where the crotch curve is. So at any point, Elena, do you work on the crotch curve as far as, besides using the different sizes? Because I haven't gotten to see that part yet. All right, so the other thing to think about is when you're taking this out is making sure you're actually taking that amount out. So I'm just going to tape that there. And don't do any adjustments that create a dart unless you're going to sew a dart. You can't just pinch it out unless it has a point to release, because then the pattern piece isn't flat. No, it won't. Michelle, it won't. Not right now, it won't. That's why I was measuring it, just to see like, where am I at? Can I fit in that extra 1.5 inches, you know? So there's my new line, right? And so like I said before, like if I were to measure along just this cut edge, that's 4.5, and before it was 5.25. So it's 3/4 inch and 3/4 inch. Yeah, and I think that's the only thing, Elena, like I want to stress, like, I love how excited she has everyone for fitting pants, and I feel like that method can work for so many people, and it gives people hope, right? And so that sometimes is all you need to be like, okay, I can do this. Other people are doing this. I am seeing people my shape and size doing this, and I can do this. And I think that excitement is so priceless for pants fitting. However, it's the crotch curve that really is the problem. And so that's what I'm wondering about how it's going to be handled. All right, so I'm gonna straighten this out there, get rid of that. I don't want a bump right there. So this is my new, I just did this arbitrarily right here. There's actually a formula for your, for this, and I just don't know it off the top of my head. She's anti-scooping. Yeah, and I am definitely pro-scooping because I don't want my butt eating my pants. To put it bluntly, that's what'll happen for me. I also haven't seen the method done on any structured pants yet. I've only seen it done on gathered waist pants. And I think that that method is brilliant for that. Yeah, right. So I took out a little bit in my girth. I took out about 3/4 of an inch total across the backside right here. Right? Yeah, exactly, Elena. All right, so what I remember from doing the glissandos is that I ended up having to back off of, I'm going to back off of that too, back off of how much I took out there. But didn't I take out a lot more with the glissandos? You know what's interesting is when you read the one of the articles on the Threads site, it suggests other articles, and there's almost an identical method in the Threads archives from 2018. All right, so let's apply it now. Still hoping the blood comes out of the back of my pants here. All right, so I'm just gonna unpin this. Let's see. I mean, maybe I should take out a little bit here. I just I get a little nervous about it. Can I affect change in this little amount down here? You know, like how much are we willing to do to save a pair of pants? Like this is kind of like, I mean, if this works, I'm thrilled. But at this point, it's feeling like I'm using it for YouTube content, right? I mean, it's not my point, but yeah, I think Nancy or Elena, I think there's one on May 8th. Yeah, exactly, Elena. That's good. Yeah, that's what I see it. So I was trying to find her method and I was trying to learn about it because I actually I've been asked by a lot of you guys. I get direct messages and I've been tagged in things. And the thing is, like, I couldn't find the method anywhere. And I was getting kind of frustrated but the thing is, like I said at the beginning, this isn't her job. It is not her job to fit pants for us. Like, she's just literally like, hey, check out this way of doing it. What if we did it this way? This works really, really good and it's taking off. And I think like putting all this pressure on someone who's not really a content creator or an instructor to be beholden to the sewing community for this, it's this weird thing. So there's like, we want the details, but at the same time, she's just like, yeah, just find it on my Instagram page, you know? And so, it makes it really hard to find it. And so someone was very kind. Wasn't it one of you, Rachel's, that helped me out and sent me 4 Instagram links and only one of them was hers. And then I finally was like, okay, I'm getting this now. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Okay, let's try this out. So maybe if I want to take out some fabric here, could I take out a little bit? Because, you know, I like the idea of this because it would shorten this right here and make it fit here a little better. But on the glissandos, I really didn't have a whole lot of space below the fly like I do on this one. This fly is ridiculously long too. Just take out just a few stitches here. Nope, I'm not Michelle. I'm not going that far. I don't know why I would need to. No, they're like riveted and everything. Come on. Do I have to? I still have to sew these. Yeah, that's what I'm too, Elena. I think this is the deal. I don't know it very well. Like I saw it and I was like, oh, okay, she's draping pants. Like that's not a new concept. But the thing is, the whole delivery of not having to have a fitting buddy is so smart to capitalize on that kind of aspect. And I was thinking in the guild that I was going to see if anybody wanted to try it together, you know, just to see once we all read the article. But the one in May is for pants with the yoke. That's how they're billing it. And at first I was like, that's so specific. What kind of pants have a yoke? And then I was like, oh, jeans. So, yeah. Well, and I think too, Elena, what I really like about this method is that it starts with the pants hanging on your body. You know what I mean? So you can you're draping them onto you, and that's so much easier to deal with than having to start from a flat pattern piece and go, okay, what do I do? You know? Yeah, exactly, Mafio. And I think that that's out. Is that out now? I know all the people who have a insider account already got access to that, right, Mafio? It wasn't you, Rachel? Oh, okay. The current issue's still in the mail, yeah. Yeah, definitely, Elaine. Share it in the guild. I want to see. I want to see your success. I'm excited for you. That's really awesome. I actually commented on the thread podcast video because I wanted to just make the point of like, you know what, this is great, but everyone's wondering where to find this. And I know it's going to be in a Threads article, but at the same time, it is feeling a little bit like, it was starting to feel to me like a, not a pyramid scheme, but like one of those unicorn tech companies where it's like, yeah, we have this really great idea and we just need $2 billion in funding. And then you'll be able to see like the actual prototype. And then they're going to the next person. And I don't think Ruth's doing that at all. Like I said, it's not her job to fit all of us, right? But it was starting to feel like, well, what actually is it? And where is it? And how do I learn about this? And if this has so much buzz and if Thread's picking this person up, then it must be somewhere. And I was getting asked so much. I had to stop what I was doing. And I've been working on the skill building session. And I just finally was like, just go and figure out what this is so that you can answer people's questions. And so I commented on the Threads podcast and I was just like, okay, it would be just really nice to know where this is at. And they replied, they were like, it is coming out in our summer issue. And I remember thinking, summer issue? That's months away. I didn't know they meant this week. So that was my bad. I was like, oh, okay. All right, so I'm just going to eyeball this. Like, so we know by taking this in that it made this little shape come down and in, right, to take out this girth right here. So I'm just going to kind of wing it on the front fly here. That's great, Elena. That is so exciting. I love that you did that. All right. Now I'm chickening out. And there were people like there's been lots of people commenting going like, how do I find this? I don't understand. They're getting really frustrated. That's why I commented. I was like, all right. Just so y'all know, this is a method of draping. I don't know the details. It's very awesome looking. There's not a lot of finished pictures yet because, you know, not a lot, you know, that's not people's job to post their finished pictures. So if I were to take this in, let's look at it. If we took this in, like we just wanted to go like this, take this out. what does that look like? Yeah, so I think what I'm going to do here, I'm being very cavalier, and I know that. Sorry, guys. I'm going to slice up to this little fly spot here from the inseam. Oh, I lost my hinge. Actually, I would like to take out a little through here and a lot through here like that. But I don't think that that helps me with my inseam's down here like this. Oh, I don't have much point of reference for that. I'd like to lay this back on here. So this is what I'm going to do. Hey, Libby, how's it going? We were just talking about the top-down, center-out method. Me and Libby have been talking about it a lot, too. Nice, Sarah. Okay, so I think it's going to be more like this and this. I know this isn't very helpful, you guys. I'm really sorry that it's very, it probably feels like, oh, I would never do that. The way I'm thinking about this right now is if I want a little out of the center front rise right here, let me give you more of a visual, right? So here's my rise, right? And so, you know, I just kind of pinched it, right? I don't mind going all the way through both these seams, but if you don't want to lose any here, you know, you're swinging it like this, right? Let's look at it like that. And that's what it's looking like. And then we would blend it in with this new inseam edge here. I don't mind losing a little bit along this rise here and then around this, along the center front rise, and then a little bit more through the inseam, more like that. So it's going to look more like that, right? So let's just draw that on here, on this one. Hey, Vestigia, how's it going? $33, that's nothing. I just did one that was 52 and I was like, seriously? All right. I'm going to cut this one and then transfer it to the other one. Yeah, did you read that article though, on the crotch curve seam? It's not scooping, it's just using another size. That won't work for certain things. It might work for a lot of people though. Yeah, I think I'm going to do a free trial and get that article. I don't have a subscription to Threads anymore. I love Threads though, and I highly recommend it if you've been on the fence of getting a subscription, because I think that it's a really great tried and true information. I'm getting lost here. Let me see here. I want to transfer this here like this. This is hard. Where's the piece I just cut off? Is this what I just cut off right here? Is this what I just cut off? It is, right? I want to use that. Why does this look like it's going like this? Oh yeah, that's what I cut off. Okay, let's use that. Ironing your pieces helps a lot too. Oh, it didn't come, Sarah? No. Ruth, I'm pretty sure. Ruth Collins? Yeah, we were just talking about that top down, center out method, and Lena tried it and it worked for her, which is pretty exciting. And then I didn't take much off of here. Okay. Let's cut the backs and then we're ready to sew, if you can believe it. Yeah, right, Rachel? I don't know, Libby. Sounds like she's anti-scooping, but she has, I mean, the crotch curve article I saw, I think Bonnie linked it in the guild. It's only about using a different size. Yeah, Elena, I think you can just get a free, like a 2-week trial or something like that. No, and I think Libby, she has you say, like, if you need it lower, pick this lower size. And she shows it like with one of these grid rulers like this placed on here, and she shows all the sizes. But it doesn't deal with like I just scooped this, made it flatter. It doesn't deal with that. And so I think that that's what we're all wondering about. So, you know what I'm going to do on here? I'm going to trace this. And can I? Yeah, I think I'm going to do this. I'm going to use all these scrap pieces of paper. I'm actually going to find what I trimmed off. Wait, is that what I want to do? Oh, I know how you do it. I'll just do it on here. Okay. I'm going to take my little sliver and then lay it on my pant because I don't have many reference points to line this up with, you know. I think, Kathleen, that you can probably get like different kinds of subscriptions where you have the insider gives you like access to the magazine before people get it in their mailboxes. I don't know. Sorry. There you go. Yeah, Elena knows. There you go. That's what I'm taking off. Yikes! There's no way I'm taking that much off. Let's look at this. If this was up here, I'm too distracted doing this, aren't I? Yeah, maybe. That seems like a lot. Well, this was the day I ruined my Dawn jeans. No, I'm just teasing. That's kind of a big difference. No, I don't think I removed that quite that much. I don't mind easing it though. That's okay. That's pretty typical to ease. Definitely being a little cavalier, aren't I? I'm going to cut this off first. Something like that. I know I'm being very like loosey-goosey, right? But at the same time, like, I'm also, when I get it onto the fabric, I'm making other choices as I go. I just want to know where about I'm considering doing this, because I'm also still thinking about like how much I had it pinched when it was pinned. Let's get these edges lined up. You can be asymmetrical too, so when you're pinning things and you find that you keep pinning more excess on one side than the other, that is perfectly normal, and I say adjust it that way too, because then you will have fit each side of the body. Okay. I'm going to transfer this line to this side so I can see it. Line up my original, which isn't hard to do, right? That makes me nervous. I mean, I literally can pinch all this in there, but it still makes me nervous too. What's the worst? What's our backup plan? So when I get like, okay, this is it. I often kind of give myself a backup plan. It's pretty rare that I can't think of some way out of a problem, right? If I ruin my pants though, what's my backup plan? How do I preserve like all this good sewing that's all taken apart right now, by the way? Could I make it into like a skirt maybe? I don't know. I mean, there's just maybe some things you just have to do in the name of science. I'm a believer in that. So let's do it. I'm going to trim this first. You always want to try and blend in with your original seam allowance, because you have to pick up where your original seam is and blend it in, right? This makes me feel really nervous right here. I know it's all back there and you all can see it's like a diaper, but let's look at my video. Let's make me feel better. Turn it into a skirt, exactly. Okay, so look at how loose, if you could only tell how low that is. It's really low. Hey, Bonnie. It comes out the 20th. It's May for the newsstand. Oh, digital rights that includes their archive. I'm not sure, but thank you. I could always want to guess it. Okay. And then I'm pinning it. I feel good about the front for the most part. I still think I'm going to get this like little pleat along the back waistband. But see, I still in the crotch there have a lot of extra there. My worry right now is that when I pin out that vertical stuff, my butt's not eating the pants. I think it would happen though once it's sewn. And that's what I'm worried about. Like, what if just taking out the girth was enough and I didn't have to scoop it like that? But I wanted to be more aggressive on this pair than I was on the glissandos because I felt like I could have done more. So yeah, let me take out a little bit more top stitching right here. I think it's this one here. So I can, oh, it's May 14th, it's free. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. And they're also not limiting the number of people who can sign up to that. Someone sent me a link to that post. At the top of the, yep, I am, Libby. Right here. I was going to take this. This is what I'm about to do. Because I just swung it out. So I'm taking my point right there. I'm going for it. It worked for the glissandos. I'm just going to be a little bit more conservative than my line here. It's done. Let's go sew. You only have jokes. Okay, that's fine. I need to laugh right now. Woo. Let's see how well this is going to line up, though. Yeah, see, the front is still a little bit long. We'll just ease that in there. Okay. Oh, the top down center out gal Ruth is doing a class. I know, right, Elizabeth? And hello. I know, it did. I just, you know, I'm still nervous. Okay, I need this, I need this, I need this. And I need to move the camera. I did that on the glissandos, Michelle. It's not, I can't find it on our Instagram. It might be there. I'm going to do my camera change thing here so I can move the camera. Okay. I'm going to slide you. What's that noise? Oh, it's Velcro. Okay. Ooh, not bad. I hate when it's crooked. Yeah, so I think that she's getting assistance with the instruction part now. That's awesome that people are willing to do that. Because it's free. Oh, I don't have the thread. I'm a little nervous about this, but I thought I had my thread set up. Sorry, guys. I set it up on the serger, though, at least. Yeah, I was thinking about once I read the article, if we all wanted to give it a try in the guild, I'd be totally down for that. I'm going to use 2 spools of thread in my upper needle, and it's going to take me 5 minutes to thread this first thing. Okay. All right, there we go. I should have tied it off with it, and I didn't. In fact, you know what? I'm going to, though. Well, can I do that? No, I can't do that. Can I do that? I can do that. Okay. I'm so confused. Oh, I figured it out. Okay. Yeah, Kathleen. I'm the boss. Yeah, so if you don't have a top stitch thread and you want it to look a little bit like more substantial, you can use 2 threads in your upper needle. It works great for me. I just use a regular thread in my bobbin though. It's getting your 2 threads through the eye of the needle, but if you're doing heavy duty sewing like on jeans, you're probably using a bigger needle anyway and it'll have a bigger eye. Someday when you're all on Jeopardy and you're answering the quiz, you know, question of the thing that Saremy hates doing most live on camera, you all know the answer, right? Mearsy Dotes. Yeah, that's right. I saw that one. Okay. Beautiful. What was that noise down there? Oh, it's I need to tie my shoe. Yeah, I can send that link to you, Libby. Someone sent it to me. But that's her Instagram. Okay, so now, what do we work on first? I think actually sewing the crotch is going to be the easiest thing to sew out of all these things. So let's sew those first. And I hand tied a lot of my top stitching on this pair of pants so I wouldn't have back stitches. All right, so we're going to line up with our original seam. You always have to take your top stitching out a little further than your seam so you can get access to it right there. Where is it sewn? Okay, we're just going to stay with the same seam allowance. I don't think I'm going to worry about overlocking this little section right here since it's going to be top stitched. I don't know. What do you think? Yeah, I think I'm just going to top stitch it. All right, so we have, see, there's one of my hand tied top stitches right there. Oh, great, Suzanne. Oh, yeah, see, Rachel, I thought it was you that sent me all those links. Yeah. Yeah, that's what I meant. I want to get rid of that. I just want to do one thing here. There we go. I was a little like too close. Now let's calm down the color or the lighting. Oh, sorry. We'll zoom you in a little bit. Okay. Yeah, they're great, Suzanne. They feel really good, and they fit better standing than sitting, obviously, but they fit sitting. They totally fit. That's great. I really fit those pants within an inch of their life, didn't I? So I'm pretty happy with how it came out because of how much fitting I did, you know, so. I'm going to leave myself long tails here so then I don't have to do a back stitch. But honestly, I feel like I might have to do a back stitch because of catching. I didn't leave these tails long enough, I don't think. So there it is. If you tug on it, you can pull it to the back like this. But see, look, my threads are just too short. to hand tie. So I'm going to sacrifice and have a back stitch here. That'll be fine. I love how my stitch length along the seam is shorter than the one on the outer edge. All right, so now we're just going in reverse here. It's hard to get my presser foot over this little bump here. Like that's why it doesn't want to back stitch. If your machine doesn't want to back stitch, you can pick it up. Oh, don't pick it up like that though. I just cut my thread because I have an automatic thread cutter. But original industrial machines didn't have a back stitch, and so the way you do it is, and my first few didn't have a back stitch. You do a few stitches like this. You pick it up and you go back to the beginning and you do it again. Like that. There's a few ways to do it, but that's one of them. That's how I was taught. Okay. Oof. Look at all this thread. I don't really like that. I can get rid of that now because that was the hand tie, the old one. All right. And now let's put our back rise back together. This is another one. Like if I wanted, I could take out a few. Oh, like that's way up there. What the heck is this one? Oh yeah, this one is too. Oh boy. That makes me nervous. Yikes. This is so high up. That is right. Oh, okay, well there's the yoke. Okay, it's right here. So I'm gonna pull it to the back again like this. Give myself a little bit. Of something to back stitch. I can't find the other one though. I'm just gonna back stitch. We're getting so much rain. It's so awesome. Other thread colors, I'd probably take my time for the tops. Like on the glissandos, I really, you know, that brown thread, you know, oh, I always do this. Jeez. Sorry. I gotta sew the seam first. All right, here we go. Smooth out that edge there. Don't stretch it out. I'm going to reinforce this curve a little bit. All right, and let's overlock this really quick. All right, Terry. I want a hump there. I gotta do the top stitching before I do the other. All right, now we can do the top stitching of the back rise. These kinds of jobs, like, while they're really daunting in some respects, it's really like all the prep is really the more time-consuming part. When you go back to putting it all back together, it's not as bad. It's like just doing any old job, you know, like all the prep is more work than getting the job done. I'm going to take out this back stitch that I did thinking I was about to top stitch these. It's right here. Oh, okay, there it's it. Okay. Got it. All right, let's see, did I get that? Yeah, okay, I'm happy with that. Let's get rid of these threads so we don't immortalize them. I didn't really end up with a serger tail to secure. What's that? Okay. Yeah, this feels so threadbare through the butt. Those stitches are way too close together. How did I not notice that? I actually thought I checked that on the front rise. No need to back stitch in the seam allowance. And I'm going to clean this up right here a little bit. Remember, I have 2 top threads, so if there's one cut in, there's 2. All right, so that's our back rise. Now we'll do our inseam. I'm gonna have to ease it, but not too bad. Look at that. That's not too bad. All right, let's ease it with, I'm actually gonna put the longer side underneath, but it's gonna make it hard to access this right here because it's kind of this nook here. So let's, I'm just going to take out a little bit more. Get rid of some of these threads that will stay. Some won't. Make it look pretty clean in here. Some of this is the denim, and some of it's the cut threads from removing the serger. I could get really obsessive about removing these little cut threads, and I just try not to because it's just honestly something that I can get a little too much over. So I try to just wait until the end unless there's something I know is going to be a problem. Just for my own, like, I don't want to call it OCD, but, you know, I just try and calm that part of me down a little bit. Because I don't need to remove it. It's going to get removed either by being trimmed off in the serger or maybe at another point. So it's just something that I know about myself. All right. Just trying to get onto that seam because I really want a nice gradual transition. So I'm gonna line up my seam here, and when I top stitch my back rise, I always push the seam allowance to my right, and when I top stitch the front rise, I always push the seam allowance to my right. That way, when they meet here, they are offset, the thicknesses are offset, and it's not a problem as far as thickness goes. Okay. This is a little hard. The funny thing is the excess is on the front, not the back. You know, it'd be nice if around the back because then it would be on my booty. Ooh, I'm not making it. What the heck? I thought I was going to make it just fine. Yeah, I'm going to take that out. I'm going to do it from this side. Let's take out some of this. I want it to look better than this. Just taking out the stitch, part of the stitch that I just sewed. And then I'm gonna take it out on this side. And let's try it from this, being the side up. So some of these threads along the seam line, we'll get rid of these because those, we don't want those to show on the right side or be immortalized, like I like to say. I like using that little tool with the little eraser on the end to grab these sometimes. What's it called? The Fix It or something like that? That seems so generic. But it's something like that. Mine looks like a little ice cream cone. Oof, that didn't look very straight. All right, so can I do this? I mean, it looks like it's very manageable. I'm gonna pin this so it's non-negotiable. Yeah, yeah, right, Fiona? You got quite the amount though. Like, that was tough. Okay. So I pin it so it's non-negotiable, and this is what I'm trying to ease in there. Oh, I have a little tear right here. We're gonna have to include that. That actually might help my easing. All right, so about right here, we need it to be like this. Yeah, this is easier to sew it from this side. Sometimes though I find it better to, when I have to ease something, to let the feed dogs do it a little bit. But because these are like almost two different angles coming together, I think it's better if I see what's happening and kind of control it. All right, so I absolutely have to make it here, otherwise I'm just going to make this side even harder, right? So. All right, so let's turn, and then now let's look at what we have here. I kind of want to distribute it. I can't underestimate how much I'm doing by the easing like that. You know, it's one thing that I feel like when I was a new sewist, it was pretty hard to ease something like that in. Oh, I got still, look at this. It could be asymmetrical. My temptation is to take out more and try and kind of like push it down the leg, but I'm going to back it up because I think that could make some torquing issues. Yeah, it was pretty impossible, Fiona. Yeah, that was a bummer. But, you know, when I'm kind of, you know, squishing the fabric in there, that just comes with, like, fabric handling experience. And I wouldn't say that there's much in sewing that you can't learn right off the bat. But there are certain things that it just gets easier and easier to do. You know, it's just like washing dishes, right? You know how to wash your dishes, and then you go to someone's house and you're like, hey, let me wash the dishes. And you don't really know like how to hold their pots and pans because they're weighted differently and they're heavier. But you know, if you had them all the time, you would understand how to hold their pots and pans, right? And I think it's the same with handling fabric. And I know someone in here said once, like, I just try and imitate your hands sewing some of those tutorials. Yeah, this side must have a little bit more. I'm going to pull it off the edge here, just like I had on the other side, but this is quite a bit. This is pretty hard. Let's take it out all the way to where I originally took it out, so I have the whole length here, because maybe I didn't ease any right here. I want it to be eased up there a little bit, but at the same time, when you have to ease your jeans, it's usually between the knees, knee to knee. You match it at the center rise, but between the knees, you do all of your easing, and then below, they better match. I could put an easing stitch in there, but I feel like that's a little too much. Boy. I hope I didn't create a torquing issue. Why is it so much on this side? I don't know, you guys. Let's see here. Let's take out some top stitching so I can sync up with the seam better. Oops, don't cut that. Okay. Yeah, the awl is so amazing for that. Oh yeah, you know, I love those little binding machines people show that they have, the little ones that make bias, which is really cool. But at the same time, look at this. At the same time, I'm always wondering, you don't really need that though. Yeah, I think so too, Libby. Yeah. Okay. I'm just kind of like seeing, is this going to calm down? I think it'll be fine, but that was hard. All right, so let's overlock this. Yeah, the feed dogs really do help because they're pulling that fabric. And there is really very little information about it. I think you see it mostly talked about in certain instances where you're supposed to use the feed dogs. But there's not a lot of talk about using it at other times, you know, like just as a tool in general. Have these little folded edges here from, that's the old seam. No, don't do that. Don't suck in there. Go away. Look at this. Oh my gosh, you guys. I can barely ease it into the serger. I feel like that's going to be a problem, but I can address that later. All right, I think that's all the serging we have to do, thankfully. Oh, that's awesome, Matthew. Yeah, I love watching other people sew. I'm like, oh, that's so interesting how they're holding it. It's like watching gamers do mouse and keyboard, and they'll turn their keyboard at a 90-degree angle to them, or their mouse, and it's like, what is their hand doing? It's really cool to see. Or like if someone's really into a certain tool, in the sewing world, I'm always like, how do they do that? That's why there's just more than one way to do something. You just got to figure out what works for you. And if what you're seeing doesn't work for you, it's not you. You know, like it's nobody. It's just, you know, find the method that works for you. Yeah. Yeah, Kathleen, right? Yeah, it's like the driving someone else's car. Yeah, my husband has a, well, not for long, but he has a Tesla. He's turning it in, but driving that car, you guys, it puts me in such a cranky mood to drive that car. I can't stand it. I just can't stand it. I can't stand the way people treat me when I drive that car. I can't stand driving that car. I'm uncomfortable driving that car. I am usually stuck in the parking lot for like 5 minutes trying to figure out how to get out of the parking lot with that car. The other day I was like, I don't know how to turn off the heat seater. Like he had to come back out and show me how. I was just like, oh, you know what, Lisa? Yeah, well that was kind of a not the nicest way to secure it, but yeah, you know, like and there's a lot of really great ways to secure serger tails. That tail didn't look that great though, did it? So that's why I just was like, I'm gonna fold it up and mash it down. Okay, so I have some threads here. Can you guys see okay? Yeah. Whoa. This camera doesn't want to stay at an angle anymore. Let's brighten it up just a tiny bit for you. I can zoom it in a little bit. Yeah, exactly. The seat position. The Tesla actually, you can like name positions, you know, but whatever, whatever. Yeah, I tried securing my serger tails using that method where you pull it back 90 degrees, but I have to look that up and try it again. I did it the other day and someone even commented like, I want to see how you did that. I don't really know that method, but I just thought I'd experiment with it, and it was on the underarm of this shirt, actually, the one I'm wearing. And they like pick up the garment at the very end and then fold it back. They go boop, and then I was supposed to fold it forward, wasn't I, you guys? That's what it is. Oh, it makes more sense sitting here at this machine. And then you sew back over what you just serged to secure it, and I kind of want to try that and just experiment with it a little bit and see if it speaks to me. You can't just try something and go, well, this sucks. You got to try it a few times before you give up on it. Always try it for a few times because it can be so circumstantial. It could have everything to do with if you've eaten breakfast yet, or if you've had too many glasses of wine or if you're using double gauze, right? Like you got to like give yourself some grace. Try out the method. Give it some chance of succeeding first. Was this the leg that, this one looks more puckery, but I would assume it'd be that one. Let's see. I think it's this one. Yeah, it's got to be this one. Look at that puckering. Well, we're beating it into submission now. Okay. I'm excited about fixing those pockets. What do you guys think? How thick was this denim originally? I want to say it's 10 ounces. I got this in a needle sharp box, but you can buy it from, is it LA Finch Fabrics, you guys, that carries it sometimes? Libby has this too. A few of you have this denim. Oh, right, Libby? Yeah. Yeah, they think it's stretching when, because they're like, I know this started out as the two pieces started out exactly the same. Yeah, I've talked about that a lot when I sew zipper tape onto things. Zipper tape is one of these mystery fabrics that it actually does something when it's under the machine. And so I've learned, I can't think of what it is right now, but I've learned and I just kind of experiment to figure it out each time, like it's better to either have it on top of the fabric or below the fabric. I can't remember which way. And then it works fine. But if you don't do it that way, and sometimes you can't, like you're forced to kind of sew it a certain direction, it will absolutely make one layer of your fabric longer. So if it's like sandwiched between the fabrics. Let's look and see how my inseam looks now that it's sewn and I had to stretch it all. Let's see. Like, are we going to notice this? When I meet you someday, are you all going to look at my inside knee and go, yep, that's that spot? It's this one, right? Well, I can't tell. I think it's this one. It looks fine. Okay. All right, let's fix this pocket here. And I might use the iron for this. I think that'll help. I think it is the cone mill denim. Yeah, Bonnie, I think that's one of those things where you definitely have to practice, and it can't be on high stakes projects, right? Okay, so I'm so eager to try these on. Okay. This will be a little finicky. I don't really have much space here. Is there any way I can do this right sides together? Is there? Oh my gosh, is there a way I could do this right sides together? Oh my gosh, oh my gosh, oh my gosh, oh my gosh. Oh, I feel like I can manage that. Can I? I mean, we've done harder, right? Yeah. All right, let's take out some more of these stitches here. I need to get at the seam here. Ooh, I'm getting so close to this rivet though. You know, worst comes to worst, if I can't get this whole seam sewn, I can top stitch the last bit of it, but I'm getting really close to not being able to do that. Where's the seam at? This is it, right? Jeez. Why can't I get right there? All right, let's iron it. So I was planning on just ironing this along the new edge and then top stitching it down like that. So let's iron this right here. Just kind of get it back to neutral. Okay. All right, I'm going to try that. So I won't sit here ironing that. If I think I can do it right sides together. You know, the problem with doing it right sides together is I can't clip the curve. So I may have to pre-clip the curve, which I don't like doing. Okay. All right, let's just try it. It'll be faster too. Yeah, that's true, Barbara. Oh my gosh, Christina. Yeah. Yeah, you know, I find when you're doing the zippers to a knit hoodie, it absolutely has to be almost dead perfect length left and right, right? I also will overlock that edge, or at least do like 2 lines of stitches if you don't have an overlock to stabilize it so it doesn't stretch. Because yeah, those things are maddening. I did a zipper hoodie on the kids hide hoodie. I don't know if there's any help on that, but. All right, so I think I'm gonna have to, first of all, is this the best place to do this? Yeah, there's pretty much not another place to do it, right? Yeah, I have to do it like this. Oh, let's do we have to do this coin pocket. Man, I did some surgery on these things, didn't I? All right, so let's hem this coin pocket over. Let's hope I don't catch the underneath here. This is really thick right here. Ugh. Okay. I have the sharpness way up, which is like so unflattering on my hands. Not that I have nice looking hands, like that's definitely one of my weak areas. But I'm gonna tone this down a little bit. Oh, it's kind of bright. Yeah, exactly, Libby. No, the zipper's not though. That's my problem with it. It's like there's something about zipper tape that is so unstable. It feels indestructible, you know, like when you can pull and tug on it and everything, but man, that stuff, Oh, I probably could have backstitched that actually. Good thing I didn't put a rivet on my coin pocket. Okay, got my coin pocket shorter. Just slowly reassembling these. Could have made a whole new pair. Oh, look at me. I always match button thread to the button, Mafio. I'm so glad you asked that because I just maybe wrote that in the next skill building session. If it's like a shank button, I will match the thread to the garment. If it's a flat button, meaning it has the holes on the top, I match it to the button if you're going to see it. Doesn't want to backstitch, doesn't want to go up that hump right there. All right, and then right here, we're just going to have to be okay with no overlock right here. Don't you love how the more nerve-wracking fitting thing was the easy thing to sew? This doesn't even have anything to do with the fit, and it's like, oh. All right, so I'm gonna clip this. I think it's because it's knitted. That's my, because it's, zipper tape is, it'll come unraveled. It's really like stretchy down the middle of it, but not along the ends. I don't know. Like I was always like Rayanne did all the zip doubles, it's actually a pattern I sell, right? So if any of you have it, you know that is one half, like you can sew it with the zipper between the two layers of fabric, or you can sew a half of a zipper around the whole thing. And I just would be like, will you sew this? I hated it. All right, so getting lined up with this starting point right here is pretty tricky. Like I don't really want to go back many more of these right here, but trying to get a seam. Oof. So I might not get all the way there, but we're going to try. So you just left it, Barbara? I love that. This is feeling like the yoke method I do. Can I do it, you guys? I don't know. Maybe I'll start at this end. Maybe I'll use some pins. Hey, what a novel idea. Okay, I'm just going to get it going. Reason number 5,000 for using 1/4 inch seams. There's no way I could do this with wider seam allowance. Okay. Hey, how was dinner, Terry? Hey, Debbie. Hello, how's it going? Thanks for saying hi. Hope you're well and sewing good stuff. Okay, that was easier starting from that end going to this one. I find it's always easier to go toward the seam that's already been sewn rather than going away from it, because backing up to it is, you know, your machine doesn't really want to get in there very well. Okay, I'm just going to go into that crevice right there of the seam. Let's see how it looks. Oh, look at that. I didn't quite line up with the original seam. But you know what? I don't care. I'm going to top stitch it down. All right, so let me see how it's looking though if I do top stitch it down. Let's iron it though a little bit. Oh, let me do the other one. Oh, that's right. It's Saturday. But you guys had Zaxby's last time. I remember. Here it is, right here. Okay. This one doesn't have the coin pocket. It may be a little easier. Let's clip the curve. I sort of want to unpick these stitches right here so I can get in there, but you know, I'll leave it just in case. I'm just going to clip it along the edge to the seam line, because once I sew this, I can't get back in there to do this, and it absolutely won't lay right unless it's clipped. I don't like pre-clipping an edge though, to be clear. I think it's, you know, that's a little beyond me too. Okay, so we're gonna start. Why does this one feel harder? You know what, I think there's more distance maybe between here and here compared to this side. Huh. Oh yeah, there's a lot more room. Okay, no wonder. Okay. I see how it is. Okay. Can I do this way? No. I have to go like this. I don't blame you, Terry. Hey, So Redhead, how's it going? Welcome. You're probably looking at kind of a hot mess on the screen though. I have done all the fitting and now I'm reassembling the jeans. I had to change the shape of my front pockets because I lowered the front waist and I won't be able to get my hands in the pockets if I do that. All right, so there's a lot less space between this side of my pants than the other one, like right here. See that? I can barely get it over here. But once I start sewing, it's going to get easier, right? So let's just try. We had Thai food this week, which was fun, like our to-go food. And yeah, that's about it. We don't go. There's not many places here, unfortunately. I love eating out though. Like that would be my thing. Like I'd be one of those people if I lived near a big city. I'd be eating out all the time. I'm pretty frugal too, so it's kind of funny that that's one of my things that I'm like, that doesn't count, you know. I'm just ooching it along here. This is nice having all the pressure of my presser foot right here, this right here. Like, it really holds it. And the fact that my needle stops down, that helps me. All right, we're getting there though. Look at that. I should probably use a little shorter stitch length too, but too late. We're gonna be okay. We are gonna be okay. I'm trying to avoid getting a tuck right there. I'm approaching the end now. Oof. This one may need a little bit more finessing, so I'm just gonna stop right now. I think I just created a tuck anyway, so. All right, it's not as bad as I thought, honestly. Aw, that's nice, Terry. I mean, for them. I mean, it's flattering. I mean, it's nice for you. That I don't like right there. So let's pop out some of these stitches, and I'm just going to tuck them in there. I lined it up with the the fabric this time, but the yellow, see, it is kind of a tuck. See it right there? Yeah. Oh, it's really obvious on the camera. Oh, what are you making for Easter dinner? I didn't even realize it was Easter tomorrow. Isn't that terrible? But my mom invited us over for dinner in her new house. Okay, there we go. Why do I have a catch in my nail? All right, let's get rid of some of these threads here. And then let's just smooth this out like that. There we go, that looks better. Once this is washed a few times, these little wear lines will start transferring to other places. All right, let's just iron this, top stitch it. Then we're gonna put our waistband on. I make it sound so perky and fun, don't I? Because it is. Home stretch, baby. I can't tell if this is a point right here or if it's the wear line making my eye. What if I look at it from this side? There is kind of a point there. Maybe I can kind of soften it with the top stitching. Oh yeah, look at that point now. That's pretty bad. Let's see if we can get it in there. I don't like that. But I'm very nervous right now about this top stitching right here. You know? I'm going to tuck in more yellow than the pocket fabric. I'm going to have to take some of the, you know, we win some, we lose some. Oh, I forgot about my pocket facing, you guys. Oh, God. Just when you think you've thought of everything. My seam allowance will be down here. Oh, I kind of want to cuss right now. Oh my God. Okay, let's look at the other side. How bad is this side? Oh yeah, look at that. Why? Oh, you guys, why didn't you tell me? Wham! Got this curve better though. You guys. How'd I forget that? It solved the issue though. You know, the thing to do would just be to take it out right here. Take off the rivet, replace this piece, and you're good. It's not that bad, honestly. Oh, carrot cake. Oh, I'm making a peach cobbler tomorrow, too. All right, well, that's it for today's stream. I'm just kidding. It's really not that bad of a fix. I don't think that, I think that's bad. I'm not going to leave it like that, trust me. It actually, it makes me kind of feel good that if I have to take this out, then I can top stitch this whole thing. So I am going to, and I don't blame you guys if y'all leave. Yeah, I'm such a silly goose that I forgot that. I have to go all the way down to, yeah, right here. Pooh. And let's hope I can find some fabric. You know? I don't think I have enough to lose there, Susie. Like, you just mean like pleat it right here? Because this is actually part of my, oh, sorry. I'm sorry. Oh, there, I froze, I didn't can. We have a peach tree, so I dehydrated a ton of them, but we also quartered them and froze them. So like this right here is part of my waist, this distance here. So if I did this, I'd get a tuck right here, and it would be smaller across the front. I have to say, oh, what I missed, Suzanne, is that when I fixed my pants here, even though my seam is down here, this facing is really shallow, so it doesn't cover up. Because I made my pocket wider so I can still get my hand in there. But we'll just take out, I've literally taken out everything on this pant but the back pocket and the yoke now. I bet Ray's here. Sewing drama, my chat loves it. I feel like this is why you show up. Oh man, I just don't think I could sit there watching someone seam rip. Unless I could put it at like 1.75 speed. This top stitching is a lot easier to take out than that brown was though. This is a better quality thread, I think. I remember when we bought that brown thread, the only brown we could find was one of the brands we didn't really like. Don't tempt fate. Right, that's true. I know, Michelle almost tempted it. She was like, are you going to reposition your back pockets? I was like, no. No, you. It's still kind of astounding to me that on Thursday when I refitted this shirt I'm wearing from the dress, that we started completely from scratch. All I had done was taken the sleeves and pockets off that dress. That's all I did off camera, right? So it was just fabric. I mean, it was a dress. It was like a sleeveless dress, right? But I didn't even know what I was going to do. We designed it together. We drafted it. We cut it. We sewed it all in like 4 hours. I don't know about Fearless. I need to get my cutters. And I also need to see if I actually have yellow denim left, because I've been using stuff for the skill building session, you guys. And I hope I have some. Let me look. I have to look on the floor here. I have 2 bins of just fabrics from projects, and I keep all my little scraps because of these things, these issues. It's not looking good right now. Okay. We might have to go into the scrap fabric bin. Yeah, I don't see that there. Let's see. How about down here? There's some I could use the sunflower. That'd be kind of fun, huh? I have polka dots. All right, let me take a quick peek in my scrap bag. Ooh. Yeah, I used this fabric for something recently. What was it? Dang, this is like carbon dating in here. Oh. Oh, I found some. Oh my gosh. Thank goodness. Okay, I'm coming. Oh, I needed the cutters. Wow, I just made a huge mess. Okay. Hi, Ray, how's it going? Look at the difference in this fabric. Oh, can you really see that? Maybe in my face cam. All right. This is when we're tempting fate too. We're going to remove a rivet. I actually don't like taking out rivets. They're a little bit more of a pain than the tack button. The tack button has a little space, you know. Oh, your pain level. Oh, I'm sorry, Ray. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. You were doing so good. Aw, that's not good, Ray. Jeez. Sometimes I don't put on rivets because of this. Because getting them off if you need to, which is more often than you think, is really hard. There's probably an easier way. I don't know. Okay. There's one. Yeah, what Terry said. I'll send you some kitty pictures. Newton's doing really good. He's fitting right in. A little stray cat wandered onto our property recently. He's fixed. No one's looking for a lost cat, so I'm wondering if someone dumped him, like a fixed cat, you know, or he's like someone's barn cat. But he is like, oh, I like it here. He just instantly just moved in and given Loki a run for his money, which is great because we're worried about that. Thank God I have glasses on, right? Okay. All right. Yeah, they're so hard, right, Nancy? Yeah, I have to, because I have to get the side seam out now because I am a noob and I forgot about the facing. I don't even know if these fit good yet. You would never? Why not? I mean, I can use the same hole, so that's okay. They do, you know, they do ruin your garment, so you gotta have to like cover it up sometimes. So yeah, right, totally, exactly. You deserve better. Anger is understandable. Can you imagine Bernadette Banner doing this? It'd be so like elegant and soothing. And she'd probably have some like Victorian era torture device to remove the rivet. That would be completely fascinating and I was about to say riveting and interesting to watch. It'd have like a crank on it or something, you know. I should put on some music for you guys. Put on the chilled cow station. Okay, I have to get down to here. I'm almost there. I'm having to go through a lot of seams there. Top stitch, serging, the whole shebang. All right, there we go. I didn't need to fix my my coin pocket after all. Hello, Nathmi. Welcome. This is the seam ripping portion of the show today. Oh yeah, relentless determination is a very good way to describe me. This square peg will go into this hole. You know, that's me. I'm also very pragmatic about it too. I want to rip this so bad right now, and that would be like not a good idea. All right, so we stitched this little section of the repaired coin pocket to the pocket itself. So we just need to take that out, and then we're free. Oh, she has. Oh, that's awesome. Okay. So let's look at our pocket stay, or it's not pocket stay, our pocket facing here. We want to add about, I would say about 2 inches. Or 1.5 inches would do it. I like it to at least go about 1 inch past this opening at the minimum. So we just got to make sure, like right now, look at how much further it goes past down here. It's going like 2 inches past. So we just need this to go, we'll add 1.5 inches to it and blend it in with this piece here. And then let's match our grain lines. I think I used this fabric for fitting those Half Moon Atelier jeans, and that's why I had to like search around for it. Does this really look horizontal on the back side, this fabric? No. See, look, it's like lines like that. So is this really? That's interesting. Huh. Okay. Oh, this one too. Gosh, it's a totally different color. I'm just looking at the grain right now. Oh yeah, this does look like it's horizontal. Okay, that makes sense. Okay. All right. I don't know, Suzanne. I mean, I'm trying to learn how to do less, but I just don't know how. And that's been my struggle lately because I got to figure out a few things so that I'm not doing as much as I'm doing. Mainly so I would really like to do more uploaded videos and stuff, but I just really can't with like how I have things right now. And I don't want to change any of those things. So I need to make them somehow more efficient, you know? All right, so we added our 1.5 inches here, blended it to the bottom. That is the bottom, right? Yep, that is the bottom there. Let's cut these two out. That's not a very good curve, is it? Let's double check it. Kind of, let's make sure that's gonna work. Looks different upside down sometimes, doesn't it? Oh, I'm glad, Ray. We're thinking about you. All right. Oh, so that won't work over here where the pocket stay is. That's interesting. So let's take out the pocket stay. Will the seam ripping ever stop? Holy moly. Can I get... Oh... That's kind of an interesting conundrum. My opening is so close to the end of the pocket right here. Oh, God. Well, come on. Give me a break. My lunch better be good today. I have a Zoom at 4. I can't do this forever. Let's see here. If this is like this. This is so annoying. Well, I guess I'll take out a few of those stitches. It's pouring rain here. It's awesome. I feel like I definitely need to care for these so that they don't fade much more. I wear them a few times before I wash them, but maybe, I don't know, they're fading so fast. In a year from now, they may not even look like what I want, right? If that's all I had to do for a skill building session, tell me. All right, so I'm gonna take out a few stitches right here of this seam. This is pretty unconventional, how I'm gonna have to like piece this on here. And it's just because I made the pocket opening so wide that I'm butting up into the edge of the pocket now. So what's gonna happen here is I'm probably going to have part of this pocket facing in this seam, which is kind of weird. But see, here's my pocket under there, right? And there is the seam. See, so it goes past it or up to the edge there, like that. All right, so I'm going to overlock this curved edge so we can attach it. What am I looking for? There we go. I'm gonna leave these like this so I don't forget that this is the edge I'm doing. It's the curved edge. I don't know why I would forget that. Never mind. I'm not going to put the coin pocket back on either because I don't really care about a coin pocket. Oh, so that method of securing your tail, I think you go like this, get to the end, and then you flip it over onto itself like this. Like, I didn't need to do that, though. Like, I don't need to do that on something like this, but that is how you would secure the tail at the end right here. See, so now then that's, I just haven't practiced it very much to try it out. It's unnecessary on a piece like this. So you get to the edge, pick it up. I think I'm gonna put my needles up this time, flip it over completely. I see people do this really fast and I'm like, whoa. Oh yeah, and put it back in there. And then, you know, look at your edge. It's pretty clean. Like I'm a noob at this and it's already looking cleaner. It's a little bit of a brain teaser. Yeah, like that's the, yeah. That's how they do it, so. Okay, can I get this on here? Can I get this on here? I don't know. I just don't know. What else is next? This is like a Pandora's box right now. Okay, I want this flat on this pocket, upper pocket corner here. I'm going to take out more stitches, of course. We love you, Seamer Burr. You're the best. Okay, we're going to get this closer. Okay, now we're going to sew. I feel like I'm putting together a potion. Oh, thanks, Sir Redhead. Yeah, sorry you're seeing this troubleshooting stream, though, because, boy, I really got myself into a can of worms with this one. It's going to be worth it, though. I mean, hopefully the changes I did make with the fitting today are actually an improvement. Because I am the biggest woman in my family. There's nobody these will fit. So they're mine. Okay, I'm gonna line up those edges again. And you know, let's look at this whole edge here, because this is our chance, right? We're here. Can we make this right here smoother? I think we can. See, now we have this access to this whole edge. So let's take advantage of that. Look at that little, there's the tuck. Cool. Tuck no more. Tuck be gone. Out, out, darn tuck. Sorry, I'm getting punchy. All right, so we have, see, so this pocket facing is going into the seam right here, and then when I go to top stitch it, I'm going to have to like, it's fine, it's just weird. All right, so this is ready for top stitching. I got this transition nice here. That's my rivet hole right there. Let's hope I have the matching rivets still. Probably don't. Okay, let's try and top stitch this. So, oof, I don't want that pocket facing showing on the outside, but it looks like it wants to. Of course it wants to. This pant heard my my review and is like, oh, really? You think that about us? So one thing I've learned when you're doing this pocket edge stitching, if you don't get the stitches parallel to that edge, like right here, you see how I did that? It's pretty far off from the edge. I don't like that either. It's not great. But here's the good part. When your pocket's sitting against the facing, if it's the fabric still matches, you don't notice it very much because the yellow here is here too. And so your eye doesn't really catch the fact that it's not perfectly parallel to this edge at the same distance. So be nice to yourself about that. All right, so let's put my pocket stay back on here. Can I put it back on here? I mean, this is like origami right now. I don't even have room for my pocket stay. I probably should have stitched it honestly before I did that top stitching. Can I get it in there? Maybe I'll just tack it at the top there like that, because that's not, my hand's not going to touch that. So I think I'll sew a little bit down here, because this is a tricky way that I do this when I'm sewing it for the first time. So we'll just secure these threads so that it doesn't keep coming unsewn right here. This probably doesn't make any sense to you guys too, because you did see how that went in. So, all right, so then now this is okay that it's loose right here. We'll just do this. Secure it at the top here at the waistband. All right, let's get this laying nicer like that. It's very thick right there. It's kind of the price I have to pay for that part. All right. Okay, we're getting there. This is one side. Stitch up the side seam again. This is making me regret not taking off the whole darn waistband now, if I'm gonna go this far, you know. I think I want a little more top stitching on here so I can see my seam. Just a little bit. Okay. We're almost back on track. All these threads. Make sure this pocket's laying pretty nice, you know, when it gets to the side seam here. Okay. All right. We just need to overlock that edge and top stitch it, and then it'll be back on track. Okay, let's do this side. We already did our rivet, so we just need to take out the seam. We've already prepped our pocket facing. We've already done most of the work for this side. Oh, my stomach just growled. Wow. I ate breakfast like right before I started streaming too. Just burning the seam ripping calories today. This should be an entry in my like exercise journal. Seam ripping, right? Imagine. We want to go all the way down to here. Okay, so we're gonna go like right here. Come on. What are you guys sewing? Are you guys like chilling in your sewing room sewing right now? What are you working on? I'm getting pretty excited to make those overalls. I was kind of tempted to try the Yantas on Michael because of mine, and I was like, you know what? It would have been too many fitting things, I think. Plus, he's wanting something more traditional than like the Yantas are, you know? But it makes me, like, at first I was like, oh, I can't do that. They're fit for women. Then I was like, but the thing is, like, all of unisex clothing out there is fit for a man, and we wear it as women. So, you know, why not? I can just do it the other way. And I was looking at Merchant & Mills has I thought they had a men's overall. So when I searched Merchant & Mills men's overall, they had a way to convert the women's into men's. And it was pretty interesting, like what they just had, like, this is what you do. Nice. The Upton muslin, nice. I love that dress. Multicolor screen print. Ooh, Elena's on that screen print thing. I looked everywhere for that like little miniature screen printer people used to have. It's little, like it's like this big, and you used a light bulb to burn the screen. It was a Japanese thing, and the light bulbs have become like these coveted items because they don't make them anymore. Maybe there's something now, but at the time they've been around. But I had a friend that had one of those. I've had 2 friends have one of those things. It was like one of their pride possessions, you know, things that they would be like, I have one of those, blah, blah, blah. I can't remember, it was like a Goku thing or something. Ooh, you're organizing your sewing storage. That always feels so good. Swatching for a new sweater. You cut out another dress and pair of jeans. Oh. You, Terry, making stuff for you finally. That Bondi dress is really cute. Livy. That's awesome, Barbara. That's a great way to look at it. I like that. You're knitting socks, Aisha? I love knitting socks, but I don't like wearing hand knit socks. It's one of the only hand knit things and I think it's because of my shoe choice. My shoes are very hard, and you can feel every stitch in hand knit socks. They have to be so fine that I don't like knitting on that fine of a yarn. I don't mind like size 2, but that's about it. Oh, thanks, Marilyn. Yeah, it's a little tedious today, isn't it? I can see the vision of this, so it keeps me going. I feel pretty confident with my changes. I was a little nervous there, and I'm hoping my nervousness didn't make me back down from potentially making it better, you know? Like I kind of chickened out a little there at the end when I trimmed it, but hoping it'll be okay. I was supposed to record my last few videos for the next skill building session, but I don't think that's going to happen this afternoon. I've been kind of narrowing it down, so I'm getting down to the last things I need for it. I was kind of excited about doing one of the videos because, yeah, have you guys ever made like a thread loop? They're so fun to make. I don't really have use for them usually. All right, how far did I make it? There we go. All right. It's very tempting to just sew my other one right on top of this one and cheat, but I'm not going to do that. I don't want any more bulk. Look at this one. Oh, yeah. It's going to butt into the pocket edge. I was like, look at this one's not going to. Yeah, I wonder why that is. Because it's not going to cover. This is why we're in this predicament. Oh, your 2 captains have a thread loop? Nice. Yes, they were, Libby. Yeah, I made sure of that because I was wanted to make sure they were going to fit, you know, as tight as possible. And that's the thing is like when you're doing a non-stretch jean, they should be pretty tight. So that's why I feel like I'm being a little conservative with my fit change. You know, like I know they can be tighter all the way around. Ugh. There it is. Okay. It is neat, yeah. You're finishing a button front top. Trying to figure out how to consistently make buttonholes. Wow, congratulations. That's awesome, Mafio. That's like a bigger accomplishment than fitting jeans sometimes, right? I have mastered my machine's way of doing buttonholes. There is something about that. I look at some on my garments and I'm like, God, these buttonholes look so good. And then others I'm like, yeah, that looks what I'm really used to. It just likes like a quilting weight cotton best. You know, like a nice medium weight, solid vanilla, you know. I don't know. Like fabric weight. How far do I need to go down here? You made tube button loops. Oh, tube like, yeah, just like a little loop with like a piece of bias or something like that, yeah. Tube. I have to say it like that, tube. Where'd it go? Oh, here it is. Throwing that away. Okay. here, and okay. Top stitch this back on. Oh, let's get rid of some of this. Wah. I can't believe out of all, I'm kind of disappointed in you guys, all this seam ripping and nobody has used the drink command. You're making cheesecake. Oh my gosh. I love cheesecake. I'm making peach cobbler for tomorrow. Okay, so let's get this on here. It's kind of a tight spot. I want it to lay nice and flat. I don't want to catch anything else. All right. Oh, have they not been working right? Oh, that's weird. I've noticed that when I go live now, Streamlabs puts a donation link at the beginning of my description of the video that I didn't put there. That's true, Libby. That is true. You guys would all be passed out by now. I'm glad it's for you to drink, not me. See how I did that? All right, I can fix this weird bump thing here too, which is great. All right, so let's turn this whole opening inside out, re-sew this little bit right here, line up my pocket to pocket opening. All right. Now I can get a nice smooth curve. See, there's, you know, a silver lining to this, right? I can get this opening looking a lot better than it was when I sewed it the first time. Or the second time, I should say. All right, let's just trim off a little bit of this here. Oh, it's an exclamation point. You can put exclamation point commands, supposedly, in the chat, and then all the commands available will show. And the one for seam ripping is drink. Exclamation point, drink. It's just a silly thing you can do in live streams. All right, so now we're gonna top stitch this opening. Guess what? We're almost putting the waistband on, finally. Ooh, it's pouring. Did I iron this? Yeah, that's weird, Ray. It's not working, is it? I keep meaning to change my stream people. I want to switch to OBS. Maybe that'll be a good premise to do that rather than fix it. I got a Stream Deck and then I got a Stream Light, and I figured maybe I'd just change all that at the same time, but I just don't have time. Okay, so that's how that goes there. I think I can overlock my side seams when I'm over here. Okay. Oh, but I need to top stitch this first, shoot. Michael's all, are you still streaming? Nope, not working. Well, that's silly. Oh, it's just pouring rain here. It's so exciting. Love it. So happy. I started a little brick path in my yard, and you know, in this area where it's all clay soil, but it had been raining a ton at the time, and so it was really easy. That's one thing about clay is like when it's wet, it just kind of, you know, it's like scooping out cheesecake. But since then, it's been impossible. But now I'm going to try and finish it this weekend, I think. All right. The other one. That covered that up a lot better there. It blends in a little better now. Okay. All right. So let's just get this here. I've got to secure where this stitches to it so it doesn't go any further. I'm just gonna basically bar tack it right there. And now tack it at the waist like this. This fabric's kind of busy, huh? Into my awl. Okay. Phew! All right, so let's do our side seam, and now we're almost there. Hey, don't blame it on me. Someone else is making cheesecake. Okay. Blend in my side seam here. Get rid of some of these threads. Just slide them all to the side here. See, this is, I didn't take out enough top stitching, pretty sure. I take out a little bit more so they can meet up with the original seam, which I can't see. Is it there? I'm gonna stick my awl in there. No, it's not there. So let's pull out a few more top stitches. Okay, there it is. I see it now. Okay, get rid of all these threads. We're gonna serge them off anyway. We did this side seam here, right? It just needs the, okay, yeah. I'm so excited. Glass of wine, 5:30. It is 2 o'clock here, 2:30. All right, let's get some of these threads here. Ooh, I have a lot of them. Let's start down here. Actually, let's try that trick. I feel like it'll be hard on a seam that's not done, but I'm willing to give it a shot. It might look nicer. So I'm gonna trim a tiny bit of this off, kind of make it look nicer. And then once I get, here's my serging, right? Yeah, okay, get there. I'm gonna go onto it a little bit And then I'm going to lift up my needles, raise my presser foot, and I'm going to flip it. Like this, stick it back in there. I don't know, this is if you would do it for this, but, oh, see, I just trimmed some of my threads though, and I think that's not a good thing. Yeah, I don't know if that was a good way to do that. I got a little loop there, which is annoying. I'll probably stitch that. Let's try it again. Just because I don't like it doesn't mean I'm not going to try it again. All right, same thing. Get this. All right, coming down here. Okay, lift up my needles, lift up my presser foot. This time I'll make sure I watch for the edges. I feel like you've got to like pull out it a little bit. Like that. Maybe this is just too thick. Okay, don't cut the threads. All right, I need to work on my technique because I get the loop there because of the flipping. I don't even know if it's really ideal. Well, yeah, it's kind of intriguing, isn't it, Terry? My camera needs to be shifted. Oh, I'm so sorry. On that one? Should I pull it back? Sorry, Aisha, for the sewing machine. Oh, this one? Oh, yeah, you're right. Thank you. You're right. Okay. Yeah, and then this is how it looks down there. See, I got a loop right here. But, like, for the most part, look at that, Terry. It's, like, clean. It goes right back on itself. But look at this loop on my first one that I got. So, you know, you can cut it and do the whole, like, needle thing. Like, you know, threading it in, but who are we kidding? I'm not going to do that. So, I will in certain cases, but not on these. This one, yeah, see, I got a loop bigger. This might have been my first one. This one looks even worse. So maybe I'm going to put it on this side, put the loop, so that when I top stitch the sides here, it'll get hidden back here. That's my plan. All right, and these are just the tails. All right, now we're going to top stitch it, and then we're going to do our waistband. I guess Michael was going to bring me a treat or something, and he's fixing a toilet. He's like, well, I've been up there 3 times. I don't think I'm coming back again. I was like, yeah, fair enough. The thought was nice. All right. Probably would have been smart to go all the way to there, but I was kind of in denial that I wanted to go that far. We'll just do a bar tack, a really long one. Make it look like it's supposed to be that way. Yeah, right, Ray? I know. I really like securing overlocking by top stitching a seam too, you know, like in knits. Because I just feel like there's just something about the serger. It's really just not that nice. And you're kind of left with this like, well, what do I do with this? You know? All right, let's see how it looks. Think anyone will know, besides the fact that they're a completely different color? They're looking pretty good though. Now you can see the color change. I have the camera zoomed in, so it's not going to pick it up very well. All right. Let's add the waistband. This is the easy part. I laugh because I think it is actually the easy part. So the trick is to definitely take out a lot of the second pass of your stitching, which is like the final one, because then you can get access to this seam under here, right? I always sew my waistbands from the inside out, so that's why it looks like this. I'm going to take out this stitching here, though. I probably could have gotten rid of that. Get rid of some of this. I probably could have thrown this in the dryer to get rid of a bunch of the threads after I did all the seam ripping, you know? I'm still alive, yep. I'm like, what, Ray? What are you talking about? I'm looking for that little ice cream thing. Not to eat. Here it is. Seam Fix, that's what it's called. It's called Seam Fix. It has this little eraser top. You can see I've done it on denim. It just picks up the stitches really easily. It doesn't get rid of them, you know, like, but it does pull them out of a seam, which is nice. It has a seam ripper in it too. I don't use it very often, but it is handy. Where is it? Where is it? There it is. Pull these out. This was at the checkout of my fabric store, and I was like, what's that? I've heard of a seam fix. That's all it is. It's not fixing my seam, it's a thread remover. Okay. Old school interfacing. Oh, I don't know. Oh my gosh, Nancy, I've definitely seen a few of those, and oof, they look really hard. They also have like so many streaming buddies to kind of keep them going. You know, the current thing is that what they'll do is they'll sleep on stream. So their stream is still going, and you can either watch them sleep, or they'll have other people doing content on their channel to keep the stream going, you know? Like I've watched one where his younger brothers stream, and it's like a way for him to like highlight his brothers. And I've seen a few where they're just sleeping, and I'm like, no, I'm not watching this. And there's like 2,000 people watching them sleep. Oh look, it's falling apart now. I'm not under down yet. All right. So we're just gonna put this on the way we did it the first time, which means that the only difficult part is at the front here. So hopefully my waistband is the same length, because dipping it down in the front can make the front a little longer. See that? It's a little longer now. That's actually okay. I don't mind easing it in. I actually would have liked this waist to get a little smaller, but it looked kind of like it was going to create an issue if I did it on this fix. And I looked at it a lot because I was like, oh, it'd be really nice just to do that. I think that would help. All right, so let's find that original seam there. I always get it under my machine, or anytime I'm sewing. That's why you see me like kind of get it under awkwardly and then go. I use the machine to help hold it. What is this attached to right now? Is it actually attached to the buttonhole? Or maybe it's just this top stitching. Let's try and get rid of this top stitching right here. I thought I got it all. There's a couple of stitches. Oof. Oh, that's cool, Carrie. Yeah, exactly, Nancy. Yeah, the gamers, exactly. No, I actually watch streamers who have fewer viewers when they're live than me, but they make a lot more money. It's just because, like, that platform monetizes it a little easier. And YouTube takes way too much. They take, like, I think 40 or 60% of a subscription. So I just don't do that. Join my guild. Join the guild. It's free, or you can pay, which is really helpful for me. But yeah, sewguild.com. If you're new here and you want to check it out and you want to like be able to talk sewing anytime you want and people listen to you and respond or get advice, or you want to post pictures of fitting, or you want to talk about patterns, it's great. And what's great too, what I'm noticing is that some people have been saying, I really like that this isn't like one pattern company or one like something like that, because you want to maybe talk about other patterns, not just their patterns. And in this guild, you can talk about whatever you want and whoever you want. People talk about other YouTubers in there, and my feelings aren't hurt that much. I don't even think they think anything of it, which I love. I love that they're just so comfortable. It's their community, you know. I don't think I'm quite in the seam, the original seam there. So let me move over a little bit. Sometimes the fold looks like it should be next to your stitch line, but it's actually the stitch line. The fold is where it was stitched before. I don't have to worry about zipper teeth because it's a button fly, which is kind of nice. All right, so now I'm thinking about like keeping my waistbands lined up left and right across from each other. But God, the color is so weird, isn't it? It's like so cool. Would you say guilty because you've shared YouTubers? Yep, it's totally fine. As long as you come home to me. Oh, thanks, Terry. Yeah, there's no www in front of it. It's just sewguild.com. It's so fun. I've gotten a lot of new members lately. And don't be like, oh my gosh, there's 300 people in there. They're not all there at once, trust me. It's very chill. I love it. Okay, so my strategy just now was that, see, when you have the button fly, you have these thicknesses here. And if you put your end of your waistband on the end of this, it doesn't quite wrap around the edge because you have to consider this thickness here. And so really the center of this waistband should be centered on the thickness. So you have to kind of back it off. See how it's like 1/8 of an inch away from the waistband? I don't know if you can tell, but so this is the waistband right here. This is the button fly, and you see how I'm next to it? I can't do it all. And then now when I wrap it around, it kind of centers the seam closer to the end there. And this is going to be kind of stubborn because it's already been sewn that way. And, you know, you can tell, look at my buttonhole. I nicked some threads and I need to fix it. That's what happens. And it's, you know, it's getting tired. Like I've been wearing these a lot for the last few months. All right, so this side is ready. This stitching looks kind of like taut. So I kind of want to fix it. I don't want to put a back stitch near the corner here because look at these stitches. There's actually stitches right there and there's stitches right there and it doesn't even look the same. Do I dare take that out? I'd rather put a back stitch there than up here. Maybe I'll just leave that then. All right, so now we're on the right side of the garment and then we don't have to worry about what's going to happen on the inside. It should just, this is so much easier to sew the second time because it already knows what to do. I was going to sew from here and go this way, but I'm thinking it's going to be easier this way. This is a lot of thickness right here. Where's my awl? I'm going to tuck that in there. Pull my waistband down over that. It's kind of not, it wasn't very good just now when I turned the corner, but I'm going to let it go. Mainly because I want to eat lunch today. Oh yeah, see I got that a little far off. I'm going to let it go. Sometimes when you start changing your garment and it gets a little tired and I don't want to like get it to the point where the fabric gets so tired it's not going to do what I want. And this denim isn't quite like regular denim. I don't know if you can tell, it's a little thinner and it gets stretched out a little easy. It's also very thready if I'm not careful. All right, so I'm just pulling that waistband down over the seam. See how this looks back here. Okay, there we go. Almost got a little bubble there. Stop pushing away. Oh my gosh. Look at that. Looks okay on this side, of course. Let's pull it to the back here. Can I pull it to the back? Maybe not. We'll just trim it close. You can also try and be artful and put back stitches below the belt loops and stuff too. All right, so, oh, look at that. That's another thing I didn't think about. Oh my gosh. Oh. I'm gonna move this belt loop. If I would have stitched this down, I would have had the exact same problem. Well, actually, no. Oh, this pocket's nice and big. Oh, man, you just don't know what you're going to affect. I don't think you guys would like me on very little sleep. I don't think I would like you on very little sleep. Yeah, it's spongy. Yeah, that's a good way to put it. What? My locust? Oh my goodness. I'm not that secure. Okay, so maybe I leave this belt loop off. Oh, I don't know. Can we do that? That too close to the front? I'm putting it there. I don't care at this point. I do like to try and make sure all these little fuzzies are not so fuzzy. But I know if I just trim them, they'll just get shorter and shorter. I feel like I flipped that over. I'm going to turn this up maybe a little bit more. If this is too thick, use a hammer. It really helps. Surprisingly helps. I was very dubious, and then I tried it once. I was like, oh, this is great. It really does mash your thick fabrics down. Makes them a little bit more manageable if you're just like on the cusp of not getting it to go through your machine very good. Try a hammer. All right, look at that. Not bad, huh? Yes, that's exactly it, Susie. It's the butterfly effect, full swing. Oh, yeah, exactly. Right. Oh, that's so true. All right, let's see. I want to make sure that my waistband is going to meet this one on this side. So let's put a little pin right here. I didn't do so good on that side, but like I said, I am going to let it go. So let's see here. Let's get this little edge ready right here. Make sure we get rid of all these little threads. They'll just make it look messy if you don't get rid of them all. And they also can add a little bit of bulk in there, you know, like thread vomit. We don't like thread vomit. You can replace your tack button. Like if this is a problem, you can remove it and replace it. But that hole does, you know, you're kind of stuck with the hole that you have. It does leave a mark. But you can repair it and then put another tack button on top of it. I've done that before. I feel like I did that last week, right, with the glissando. It's kind of a good opportunity to repair a hole if you feel like, this hole might be a little bit weird. All right, so I want this right here. That's pretty much right on that stitching right there. Okay. I think Penny was doing pretty good though, right? Okay. Getting around this button is going to be a little tricky. I'm going to open this seam allowance up right here. This is the end of the waistband. Okay. Tack button is a little limiting right there. Oh, I got some like threads in there. All right, got it under there. Let's see. Go right next to that stitch line because that seemed like that's where it was going to match going across. We'll see. And again, this is one of those fabric handling things, so I'm kind of doing this because I can see, you see how I have a little bit of slack right here? This is my waistband, here's my slack. And so I'll do things like this where I'll just kind of make it so that it's evenly distributed and then seal it down. I'm not doing any magic trick, it's just fabric handling. Like, you're the boss, like Kathleen reminded me. I'm always telling you guys, you're the boss, don't take no for an answer. That is exactly one day I just decided, you know what? No, I'm not taking no for an answer. And then my sewing got better. Not every day, but it started. I was precisely 24 years old and 364 days, I think, the day it happened. Thread vomit. It's not a very nice word, is it? You know, but someone else used a better word, and I was like, that's the word I need to use. And then, I don't know why, but this is something I coined when I was in my 20s, and it's so crude, you know. I probably need to come up with a better one, but yeah, but Terry's right. You know exactly what I'm talking about when I say it, right? We all know. Especially if you have a machine, like at the time, I had a machine that just liked, you know, it had an upset tummy all the time. All right. So let's, like you've come this far, right, baby? Let's check the waistband so that we're not creating a problem. But I think that that's going to match across pretty good. We can take this off. We know we're going to move this. I almost said something that jinxed me. I'm not going to say it either. Okay. Get rid of that. Make it a little easier. So, all right. Get rid of these threads here. Get rid of these threads. My Liberty of London ribbon that I bought from Josephine Dry Goods in Portland, Oregon. Fantastic garment fabric store. I've only been there twice. I'd love to go again. And then I really haven't used the ribbon except for this. I just haven't had a project that was so specific. I got an orange one and a blue one. It's so pretty. You notice that we haven't had any trolls lately? That wasn't what I was going to jinx myself with. It's so funny. I have a feeling that's because of some of the political events happening. I had one last week, though. That's like I had the spam thing on my channel. All right, don't get any torquing, Saremy. Home stretch here. So let's just ease this in here. If you're new to sewing waistbands, I highly recommend doing it this way, where you start from the inside of the garment like this. It feels really wrong. It feels like, oh my gosh, there's no way I'm going to make this look nice. But trust me, just try it once and you'll see, oh, I don't have to worry about anything on the other side. Like even if I don't sew on the waistband, like look right here. See right here, right here, I top stitched it here. Look on this side. It's not on the waistband. It doesn't matter. It's sewn. You can see there's some stitching right there. But does that bug you? If you're new to sewing waistbands, is that really a deal breaker? And the same with cuffs and collars. Just try it. You get complete control. I mean, I've come this far. I'm not going to take a chance by sewing it blind from the other side. I hate that. This is some thread vomit right here. So my back stitch. I don't want to cut that, but because I'm going to top stitch it, I'm going to. I don't want that to sneak out, so I'm going to get rid of it. All right, let's see if I can tuck it in there too, because it's kind of exposed at the bottom there. This is so awkward at this angle. Why do I not usually do it this way? One little top stitch thread right there. Get rid of that. Don't want to immortalize it. I'm like one needle width to the left of my stitching. I'm pushing. Oh, come on. If you want to see how to hide back stitches like that, watch the last video, the glissando pants. I show you how to do that just because that top stitching really showed. So I didn't want it to show, so I made it look seamless. It's not hard. It's just a couple extra steps. Let's get rid of this right here. Ray, no. You're so sweet. I'm sorry that you're feeling so punky too. You know? Thank you for the donation. I don't know if I have the alert. Oh, I don't have the alert box on. Oh my goodness. Here we go. Ready? There we go. Oh, let's move him over here. That little kitty kind of looks like the one that just adopted us. Newton. We're calling him Newton right now. Mainly because he always noodles. So we were calling him Noodle, and Michael's like, how about Newton? All right, get rid of those threads here. You can bar tack these. Oh, that was a really bad one. I'm just kind of done right now. Okay, let's get my other, and then I'm gonna try them on. What if, oh my gosh. I hope they worked out. Oh, that's cool, Terry. You reuse those? Let's see, we're gonna put this about an inch in front. Let's get rid of some of these threads here. Just kind of giving it a sideways haircut, just along the bell loop here like this. Boop. And we'll put it right here. Okay. Feels kind of bumpy under there. Just want to make sure I don't. Oh, it's probably because of that facing. Yeah. I think this is the top one, and I keep mistaking it. Maybe it feels. Maybe it isn't. Maybe it is the bottom one. It feels really hard. See this like crimping here? You know, if you're doing repairs and you have the time and you're not live streaming, I recommend like taking apart this little guy and then iron it. You know what I mean? Like get it back to kind of a little bit more manageable, you know, and more neutral so that you have more control over like, oh, I want to fold this under a little bit more on the next time I sew it, but it doesn't want to do that because it wants to go into its old position, you know. But if you iron it and kind of like, you know, it's like a little spa day for all these little pieces that you're taking apart. You kind of just go, okay, let's pamper you a little bit for your new life. Okay. Did I forget anything? Yeah, I'm going to try them on. It's very rare I try things on camera. Isn't there a warmth? No. Okay, fine. All right, I'm going to leave you guys right here, even though I talk while I try to close on. I'll be right back. Oh, I'm covered in threads. Well, not too bad. They feel better. The front is still so like loose, you know what I mean? Okay, tell me how the back looks. I have like it looked like a bump, but I think it's just the new stitching right there. Oh, it feels so much better back here. How does it look? Can you see? But look at that front. It didn't create any weirdness. They're still kind of low. Maybe we find a delivery place she likes. There's nowhere that'll deliver here. They look the same, but they're so much smaller. I want to see the back. The bag looks good? Really? Does it really? I need to see. I'm not going to wait. I just Love looking at my butt. Said nobody ever. Did I not record? Oh my gosh. I thought I said record. There we go. They're still loose right here, but they sit better. Oh, I missed a button loop or belt loop. They feel better, but they feel low in the front still. I'm looking at the video. Okay, the back looks better. There's a weird like a little bump right there. Yeah, I think you're right, Rachel. I think like the one thing I did was I put the glissandos in the laundry because I think that helps a lot. They feel a lot better sitting down. Like they feel snugger for sure. But like that like right. I want you to play. Like they're still kind of low in the rise. See that little bump thing right there? And look, I still am having those little smile lines. So, okay, well we did so much. Let's look at the original video, just real quick, and then I'm gonna go. But this is the original. They were really low, right? And look at that back. They were really loose. I wanted to be more aggressive on these. Look at how low that rise is. It's so low. I wanted to be really aggressive on these. I was worried about being aggressive on these, but I don't know. I feel like that I was kind of aggressive, you know? I think it could have been better. Yeah, so I'm going to wash them. I think that'll help a lot. They feel better at least. And I have one belt loop I still got to sew on. I can't forget to do that. Yeah, they're pretty loose around the waist too. Yeah, I think the front looks better because it looked like guys' jeans, didn't it? Yeah, thanks, Libby. I will do that. They looked like guys' jeans in the front. I didn't think of it until just now. So seeing that video makes me think of that. So, you know. Here's my little top though. So it turned out just great. So comfortable. I don't know. Thanks for persevering with me, you guys. I really appreciate it. I don't have live streams next week, but if you're in the guild, you'll probably be in one of the workshops, which is great. Check out the guild if you want. 2 weeks from now, well, not 2 weeks, but like the Wednesday, 2 Wednesdays from now, I'm going to start making overalls for my husband. I think I have yeah, I do. It's this guy right here. So I'm going to, oops, this is my schedule. So today's the 21st on that Dawn Jeans Saturday right there. And then I'm really trying to grab this and it's driving me crazy. I'm going to make overalls. I'm going to draft them. I'm going to start with men's jeans. And then I have some canvas that I'm going to make those in. So that's my next project is overalls. So that should be fun. I haven't drafted, my ring got caught. I haven't drafted overalls for a really long time. So, woohoo. Oh, thanks you guys. Thanks for persevering with me. I know it was a lot of seam ripping and drinking for some of you. Hopefully you're not driving home from here. We're having an earthquake right now. Are we having an earthquake right now? No, it's me. Never mind. I'm hungry. Yeah, I think all 3 retrofits went pretty good. Yeah. This one was definitely my favorite transformation because, well, it was a transformation. I'm really glad these jeans feel good though. Oh, I'm so glad to hear that, Libby. I sometimes go, oh my gosh, these guys got to be getting so sick of me. Oh man. You're still on your first, Nancy? Okay, so you're not drinking a whole drink every time. Okay, good. I'm glad. And it's really nice to see lots of new people here. I have a website, so if you're wondering if I've sewn something, or say you've watched a video and you're like, where's part 2 or where's part 1? If you go to the website, which is so.live, and you have to put the www in front of that, you can just use the search bar and then search Anthea blouse or whatever you're looking for, and it'll pop up, and it's much easier to find the part 1. It's not a ploy to get you to my website. I just find YouTube kind of clunky to navigate. And a lot of times in the description of a video, it'll also have a link to there so you can see. And there's like what size I made, what fabric I used, my personal feelings about it, and it's very short and concise, and then the links to the videos. That's it. It's very quick. So, yeah, anyway. Oh, yeah, Suzanne, my pleasure. This is what I would love to do all the time, is just stream. But I'm loving the guild, though. I'm so glad we have that now. So, that worked out great. Okay, I'm going to go eat lunch, and then I'll see some of you in a Zoom in like 45 minutes. Oh my gosh, I got to go. Oh my goodness. All right. See you guys. Thanks so much for coming, and thanks so much for watching this week, all the retrofits. So really appreciate it. Take care. Bye.